Convince me win a taco. Tell me how you feel. A taco. I realized that wasn't playing for you guys, and I was just singing to you guys. Oh, the embarrassment. Topic to topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise. Still got my taco, I ain't leaving Christ. Linda, just listen, get wrecked by a Christian. I think you might have a special condition. I debate all of you Muslim and atheists, witches and wizards and new ages. I roll with Jesus, you still get defeated. You won't change my mind even if you repeat it. Just keep it real. Tell me how you feel. Convince me win a taco. Just keep it real. Tell me how you feel. Convince me win a taco. Jesus is king. John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Give me some logic, I just wanna know why you so toxic, bro. I'm on a roll. You wanna troll me, I'm shutting you down. I be too busy to suffer a clown. Say that you hold a position, defend it. Linda, I know you don't listen, let's end it. It's your own fault that you're stuck in your state. I just move on if you come in bad faith. Don't say that I mean, I say what I mean. I'm showing love, pull you away from the thief. You run away, you afraid or you weak. Bro, I don't play, I can make them retreat. You choose a deceit, ain't making me nervous. For those that I've reached, I've been living my purpose. This ain't at all about the money. Read the suit, or the, not the super chat, the chat, Abby. On the screen. Tell me how you feel. Convince me with a taco. Just keep it real. I got a face for radio and a voice for Braille. Tell me how you feel. Convince me with a taco. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Hey, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. How is everybody's Friday? I hope everybody is having a good Friday. Hope it's a blessed Friday. Hope it's a great Friday. Hope it's the best Friday you've ever had. I'm in my super nerd era. You guys remember how I did that video and I got a Python script to count the amount of times the word day shows up in the Quran, and it wasn't 365. Now I'm running Python scripts to count every single word in the Quran. We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them. Well, I already did it, but I can't read Arabic, so now I'm getting it to translate it. So that's doing that right now, and it's been doing it all night. So if my computer dies, that's why, because it's been processing that all night. All night. Smash the like button, share the live, make sure we get out. I found out if you mentioned the red, okay, we'll call the channel with the red play button, the red channel, because apparently I was learning that if you mention that on TikTok, they'll suppress you. They really don't want anybody off their platform ever. So apparently now you got to say red channel. So if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live. What is going on with this? This one. So yeah, do that. Make sure you get that done. Abby's just like, oh, another day. Just light my fidget spinner. Do my nails. The girl's got the easiest job in the world. And she's like, she's not happy.
I'm just listening.
She's not happy. You can't make her happy. You can't make her happy. She's, I know, John, that you are now officially my boss and paying all the bills, but and I don't have to go to work. I don't have to go to my other job right now, the one that really is screwing me over. But I'm just not happy with anything. Payday for me means payday for the Steels. Thank you so much, Brady. Appreciate you. Can't wait to get your entire paycheck and then your family goes homeless. Did you guys see those? There's a TikTok thing and it makes me feel really guilty. There's this guy on TikTok who makes fun of people who watch streamers. And so he's got like messed up face with a filter. And this guy's like got like Kai's the cat uniform on, and he's like, oh, my buddy Kai's there, time for me to tell him how much I appreciate him. Here's $1,000, Kai. Here's $1,000. Appreciate you, homie. And then the Kai responds with, oh, this guy is so annoying, but thanks for adding more money so I could buy another mansion. Oh, it can't be mad at me. Let me try send another $1,000 and see. And it's like, I'm like, bro, it's bad, but I get it. I get what he's saying. Let's do a prayer. Let's get started with the live. We'll do. What are you doing?
I actually have my sound on.
Abby's back there watching YouTube videos.
I'm watching you on YouTube.
Exactly. You're watching YouTube.
I'm trying to chat.
And your job is to literally watch YouTube videos. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for this blessing. I ask that you bless everybody in the live, that you walk with us, and that you allow the Holy Spirit to move through us, that you provide us opportunities to share the gospel, and that you correct us if we behave in ways that aren't wrong. Allow you to be king in this situation. We put it into your hands, and your will be done. I ask this in Jesus' name. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. All right, guys. Let's do Abby's least favorite part of the live. Y'all ready? Oh, hold on. If we want to do it, I need y'all to say do it. If you don't, we won't do it. Cause like, do we do the hype part? Or do we save Abby's brain cells? Which one? The hype part?
Listen, it's not that bad.
Or save Abby's brain cells?
I'm gonna be okay. Everybody else likes it. It's not bad. It's just so long.
It's 2 minutes long. That's this generation, ladies and gentlemen. They're consumed by TikTok that they can't give up 2 minutes of their day to get hypes, to get in the zone. 2 minutes.
3 times a week.
24. That's 6 minutes a week, Abby. 6 minutes a week. 6 minutes a week.
Stand fast. Stand fast, Christians, believers, soldiers of the Most High.
To the dark side.
Steel your hearts, grip your weapons, fix your eyes on the enemy, for he stands before us now. This is not the hour for fear. This is not the place for retreat. This is the field where legends rise or fall.
Yes, sir.
A day may come when our shields are broken, when our blades run red, when our bodies are cast to the dust. But it is not this day.
Nope.
A day may come when evil marches unchecked, when the enemy believes we are scattered and weak. But it is not this day. This day, we make war. We strike with holy fury, with fire in our lungs and steel in our hands. We charge with the roar of heaven behind us and the wrath of righteousness before us. Let them hear the thunder of our boots. Let them see the fire in our eyes. For we are not merely men. We are the army of the living God. Raise your swords, warriors. Raise your shields, defenders of the faith. Today we don't run. We ride. We clash. We conquer. We bring the storm, we bring the reckoning, we bring the war to their gates. By the blood of the Lamb and the power of his name, we will not fall. We will not fall. Now fight, fight for glory, for honor, for the King will not fall.
Let's go. Somebody said, is this Aragon's speech? Yes. I literally stole it from him and just changed it up to suit me better. That's
His is shorter.
It's not. It's not. It's just his is better. So it doesn't seem as long. That's what it is. His is better. Hold on. Let me see if that was 2 minutes. Yeah. Let me see my thing's done. No, it's still not done. Okay. Let's open the floodgates. Hold on, I gotta connect. And then we'll open the floodgates. Today's topic is Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. You can join here at tinyurl.com/Big John Steele. Password 12345. And just a heads up, guys, we've made some alterations. Hopefully it works. First of all, you can see this. I don't know if we should have this, but that's our viewer count.
Oh.
And if you could see it on, you can also see it on. I don't like it. I don't want to know, but I know other people like seeing it. So you guys tell me if I should remove it or keep it. I don't like knowing how many people are watching, personally. I like to just pretend it's millions. So there's that. And also, we have it so super chats do not disappear anymore. Hopefully. So it should just be saved up. It's gay. Remove it. I can. You guys let me know. I'm here for you. So that's another thing. And if you guys want to interrupt guests, and do your own thing and just be like right in the middle, just be like, hey, you're an idiot. If you throw a $20 super chat or up, it will cut me off and just say whatever you want to say. So that has now been implemented. With that being said, once again, if you want to join tinyurl.com/BigJohnSteel10, password 12345. We do have a guest. Let me bring them in. Oh no, not this guy.
Who is it?
Oh, hold up. I can't hear you. It's not your issue, it's my issue. All right, say something.
Hello, how are you?
There he is. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Good, and you?
Good, man. Good. What do you want to rap about?
Yeah, no, you remember that debate I told you about?
Yeah, how bad did you lose?
No, I think it went pretty well. I think it was more like a nice conversation.
Good.
I don't need to. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah, the guy's pretty good, you know.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. That's what we want to hear. We want to hear about good conversations. Conversations.
So one of the topics we talk about, I don't think I have covered this with you, is the argument for the martyrdom of the disciples. You know what I mean? Like, you don't bring this up like so much. The martyrdom of the disciples, like when skeptics ask, okay, how do you know that the disciples weren't just lying about it, right?
Yeah.
The normal argument, right? The most common argument made is that the disciples wouldn't die for a lie, right?
Are you asking why I don't bring it up?
I mean, I just in my experience, I know I've talked to you like a lot of times, and I don't think you bring this up like as often as other people. Like other people, they bring it up like immediately. They're like the first thing they say. That's like their key argument usually, but you don't bring it up as often. So I don't know. I was just wondering if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, so I don't bring it up for one big reason is most people misunderstand the argument, and then you got to spend 20 minutes just trying to get them to understand what the argument is. Because most people think when you bring up the argument is that people die for it, so therefore it's true. That's what they think we're saying, which is not the case. And so it literally angers me to my core. So that's a big reason I don't bring it up. Another reason is that we only have 3 people that we can confirm actually died. And one of them is James. It never actually says James died for martyrdom. It just says he was thrown out of a window and beaten with clubs. It never says for the reasons why. Now it's just people assume it's for Christendom, and I think that's a safe assumption. But it doesn't go anywhere. That's why I think it's good. I think it's a good argument.
I think it's a safe assumption also. Like, I think we can safely, I can grant that. Like, it was probably because of that, right? I mean,
yeah. So, but the biggest issue I have is just people do not get it. And no matter how I explain it to them, it just doesn't click.
Right.
But you get it. You understand. Can you steel man it? I want to see if you get it.
No, yes, actually, I will still man it. The way I will still man it, it's even if we don't have proof that the disciples, that all of them died, that many of them died for their faith, we can at least establish that they were willing to at least risk their lives for a lie. They will testify. The Eric Manon from Testify, he words it in this way: these statements were made in a hostile context. So that makes them like more believable. And what Sean McDowell says is like he agrees, like, okay, we don't have proof that a lot of these disciples were actually martyred. Like a lot of these sources for these are late legends.
Yeah.
But the ones we have, it at least established that they were willing to risk their lives for a lie. The data that we have.
Kind of. So I think you're on the right path. I think what it tells us is that they're not willing to risk their lives for a lie. What it says is that lie, so-called lie, they believe is true. That's what it is. It's like they genuinely believe that Jesus rose from the dead. That's what
Right.
they're willing to risk their lives for. So it tells us that they're being authentic. And that's
Yeah.
where that argument gets us. Doesn't get us to that he actually rose from the dead, but it gets us to the point where it's like people don't die for a lie, so they genuinely believe that Jesus rose from the dead. So then you have to ask the question, why did they genuinely believe? You know what? I might actually start using this argument more. Now that you're bringing it up, I might start implementing it into my
Yeah.
max
Yeah.
data case.
Yeah, because it at least eliminates one of the possibilities. Because okay, you David Palman actually makes it this way. We have like a trilemma. Either the testimony is true, they were lying, or they were mistaken. And this argument at least eliminates one of those, which is that they were lying, right?
Right. Super bad. When are you getting baptized? Can I do it? Can I baptize?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
You'll let me baptize you?
In about 10 years, maybe.
Oh man, I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
I cannot. Hi, Bert.
I'm already baptized actually because I was my parents were Catholic, like I was raised Catholic. So
Do you if you want, I can review your debate on a Tuesday or Thursday.
oh, that would be pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would
But
be
I
awesome.
won't pull any punches. You know that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's great. That's cool.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll do that next Tuesday. So send it to me. Are you on my Discord?
It's yes.
Yeah. Just
I
post
was
it.
the
in
guy.
there.
I just asked what Stan email, what Stan's email, and you answered.
Oh yeah. That was you. Yeah. See, that's how bad my memory is. This is why I need lots of links.
Yeah. Yes, sure.
All right, man. Did you want to debate anything?
No, I wanted to. No, yeah, I actually wanted to push back a little bit about this argument about the disciples wouldn't die for life. No, I do have some response
Okay.
to that. to
Sure.
this.
Do it.
I want to say is that the evidence that we have for persecution, it usually like later is like on the Nero, for example. It's usually like 30 years after the disciples started their preaching, like at the year 60 or something. And by that time, it's already too late. Like the disciples would have already been dead, or they would have enjoyed like 30 years of being cult leaders, right?
Right.
My contention,
Sorry.
is that
I'm not cutting you
sorry, just very quick at the very beginning, like in the year 30, at the start of the movement, maybe the persecution was not super strong, and maybe the disciples saw like a low risk kind of thing. That's my contention. That will be my objection to that.
Okay. Yeah, so I think this one's easily debunked because Paul literally confesses to persecuting Christians and being part of that persecution process. And Paul's conversion happened in the 30s.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they say the same. He mentioned Acts, Paul and Acts, right? These are his two sources. Well, I would say about Paul is, well, he was just happened to be part of that little people who were persecuting Christians. Like, it's just one guy, how do you know if there's a lot of persecution or a little? Like Paul doesn't say they send me and another 100 guys to
it doesn't matter if it's 100 guys, right? The simple fact that Paul was doing it shows that the Sanhedrin supported it.
Yeah, but you don't know how many resources they put into that. Maybe they thought it was like not that big of a deal.
Right, but they had to put some resources into it because the apostles were scared of Paul, right? If it was just Paul, just Paul by himself with the sword, they probably wouldn't have been that scared.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Right. He had some, but he never mentions like I had this many men.
Well, he had
right?
men with him going to Damascus, right? So he at least had a legion with him.
Right. Yeah, but that still like fits within the skeptic scenario of a little bit. I mean, it kind of fits.
Well, what I mean is like bare minimum, the apostles knew they were under hostility because they just saw Jesus get persecuted. Like, I mean, how do you know they were persecuted? They crucified Jesus. That was the start of the persecution. And so, and then right after that, Paul started looking for the apostles. And so they were under duress because they just watched their Messiah get crucified and be unalived. And after getting crucified and unalived, Paul started going after them and they were on the run. So whether it was like a legion or a whole bunch of legions or all the way up to Nero's persecution, they were 100% under duress.
Right. Well, but here's the thing. Jesus,
actually, hold on. Let me correct myself. Samical came in. A legion is 5,000 to 6,000. That's fair. It might not have been a legion. So yeah, that was me speaking out of turn.
Right. No, it wouldn't have been a legion either because it wouldn't have been the Romans at the beginning, right?
Right.
I think the legion is Roman. but at the beginning it would have been the Jews instead of the Romans. I think, I don't know.
We don't
But
know.
okay, right. No, I would say is Jesus. Maybe Jesus went way too far because look, Jesus just did something huge at the temple. He made a huge disturbance at the temple right before that, and Jesus was calling himself the King of Jews, right? And he was like the leader. And even then, even going as far as Jesus did, the text kind of tell us that the Romans almost didn't want to find him guilty. Like they almost didn't. They barely found him guilty. Like they had to fight for it. Right? So the disciples who would have been like less, maybe they were safe, you know. I don't know if.
Well, we also have like why am I forgetting his name all of a sudden? I want to say Peter, but it's not Peter. But the guy Stephen. We have Stephen getting stoned, right?
Yeah.
So like he's our first martyr, and this is pretty early.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So even if it's not a full like crusade against the Christians, they were under duress.
Yeah, a bit like that get us to Acts, right? And what I will say, what I think is, there is a scholar called Candida Moss. Ever heard of this? There's a book called The Myth of Persecution. It's very popular among skeptics.
No.
Okay, he says that Acts exaggerates the situation of persecution.
Of course it does. Shocker.
Yeah.
Shocker. The skeptics say all things are exaggerated by the like that just seems to be the argument that everybody has against Christians is they're just exaggeration. But show me the evidence is exaggerated. Go ahead.
Okay, I had one, for example, one evidence. Sure. Acts narrates events like over 30 years, right? Or 30 years, I think.
Yeah, I'm not deeply studying in Acts, so you might get me on this one, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know, I'm not sure either. But I think it's around 30 years or more. And in all this time, only one of the disciples got unalive. So James, right? So imagine this, only 30 years of persecution, and only one of them loses his life. Maybe that's because it actually was not so strong, because if it had been like super strong.
Well, what about hold on? What about Stephen?
3 or 4 of them or more.
What about Stephen?
Yeah, but that's one of the Christians who were like going to synagogues and
So we have James and Stephen, not just one.
Yeah, but none of the initial disciples. Maybe they were, maybe the disciples were like sending other newcomers to do
but hold on, man.
Raise themselves.
Like they don't have DNA, they don't have dogs, they don't have satellites and helicopters. It's not exactly easy to find people back then if they're on the run.
That's right. That's exactly what the disciples would have thought, and they would have thought that and say, okay, the risk is low, and go and do that. Right?
No, they wouldn't say the risk is low, because if they get caught, they're gonna die a horrible death. And Jesus also told them this, right? Jesus, like in the Gospels, Jesus said to them that you are going to be persecuted and you're going to die for my name's sake.
No, I think that's only Peter. I think it's only to Peter. He says that's only to Peter. Oh no, wait. I think they're going to. Okay. Well, yeah, maybe he will. Actually, again, things are relative thing. Like, okay, it's not another piece of evidence I will offer. My second piece of evidence is like, how do the Christian faith even grew under intense persecution? Because consider like if you are someone who just recently converted to Christianity, and if you see that you're getting persecuted like strongly immediately, I think you're going to abandon the faith. I think like that the church is not going to grow if there is like a lot of persecution.
Yeah, but that's if you saw a man rise from the dead and claim to be God and say that if you endure for my name's sake, you'll be rewarded in heaven, and you saw your buddy die after he said that your buddy was going to die, would you give up on it?
No, but it would have been sure. I mean, some people who have seen Jesus resurrect, right? But many others would have been converts.
Well, here's the thing. I've never seen Jesus resurrect, and I can't say for certain because I'm not there, but I'm pretty confident that if we were martyred, I wouldn't give up on Christianity. That I would die.
Yeah, but that's kind of almost helps the skeptic, because it proves that people are willing to die. Even like it proves that the disciples also
So now you're going back to misunderstanding that argument. My argument isn't because we believe it, therefore it's true. What they believe is they personally witnessed Jesus resurrect from the dead.
Right,
What
right.
I
Okay,
believe
sure.
is
No,
I
oh, yeah,
had an
yeah.
actual experience with Jesus, right? And
Okay,
I think that actually happened. And that was my own
okay,
personal encounter. And I think a
okay,
lot of
yeah.
these Christians, if I was to ask them the same thing, they'd say, yeah. The question isn't they would die, so therefore it's true. The question is they would die, so they believed something is true. Now, Christians nowadays would die because they believe that the evidence is convincing and they have personal interaction with. Hold on.
Testing. One, two, three,
No.
testing. John is a big boo-boo head. Is this thing working?
It is working. It works. It worked, ladies and gentlemen. That was great.
At
Now,
least you
now,
got $20 out of that.
yeah, now I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, so it just shows that what they believe is true. So at that time, what were they claiming? They were claiming that they personally witnessed Jesus Christ rise from the dead. What are Christians now claiming? That we all have personal relationships with the Holy Spirit, and we're willing to die for that claim. So I'd say, yeah, that's actually an evidence for us because we believe that we have the Holy Spirit moves through us, and we see miracles happen on a regular basis, and we're willing to die on that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure. Like the average Christian will be like all will go that far, right? But
Well,
yeah, I
let's
don't
ask the
know.
chat. Everybody in the chat, obviously you can't know unless you're in that specific situation.
You missed an important super chat.
I didn't miss them because I can look at them now later,
Oh, well, okay.
right? So instead of interrupting the guests, I can
Yeah,
do it in
well,
between
I
guests.
just thought you might want to read that one now.
I'll check it out in a second. What was I saying?
About the chat, you were asking the
Oh
chat
yeah,
if
okay,
they
okay.
were.
Chat, real quick. I know you guys can't. I know you guys can't say for certain if you're not there, but let's say hypothetically, you guys have all experienced some sort of situation with God. If you were persecuted, would you give up your life for Christ because of this experience that you've had with God? Because almost every Christian I know has had some sort of experience with the Holy Spirit. So we got a lot of yeses. I haven't seen a no. I got one no, right? I always assume some no's are going to come in too from atheists pretending to be Christians.
Right.
But we'll assume that it's a Christian. All right, so we got a lot of yeses, and so what I'd say is that bare minimum, these people all genuinely believe they've had a real interaction with God.
Right. But you're telling them that are you saying that the people like the early church that they will have also had some personal experience, like
Yeah.
other than it wasn't just the testimony of the disciples telling them, oh, Jesus
Oh
was.
yeah, hell yeah, because they had the Holy Spirit. Remember, all of Acts is the Holy Spirit's work coming down upon the people, fire literally falling from the sky and falling on them, and then they could speak in tongues and see miracles. And one of the things that proved Paul was performing miracles, right? People wanted to stand in his shadow to be healed. So like the signs and wonders were still happening after Jesus.
Right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it could. I guess it could happen, but I mean, doesn't seem like super likely to me. I mean, yeah, that's what some scholars have said, that at the beginning it may have been a bit more of a mob violence kind of thing against the Christian rather than a full-on organized persecution.
I don't think
But
it was a full-on organized persecution. I think that came later as Christians started to grow during Pliny's time and Nero's time and Pliny's time. I think this is when it started to happen.
Right, but that's what I say. If it wasn't a full-blown organized thing, then maybe at some point, like the disciples see a bit of a low-risk thing, like
What I mean by through the ire of Rome coming down upon them, right? They still had the ire of the Sanhedrin coming down upon them, which is like not as bad as Rome, but they're also not like safe in their communities because again, they saw what happened to Jesus. Stephen got stoned. Paul, they were all scared of Paul. And then what happened to James as well. And these are just what's recorded, right? Include the ones that aren't recorded, and there's probably a lot more.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think that's like good enough for today.
Dope. All right, man.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you. God bless, and good luck on your journey.
Too.
And I can't wait for you to come up and tell me that you're a Christian.
Okay, that's great. Okay.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So let's get into those super chats, the ones that I missed. Oh, they're all there. Chim's came in with $5, says testing the super chats for improvements. We even got the ones that come in from TikTok, which is really great. And then a Tribute Center came in with $4.99, says, "Hey man, my buddy was just killed on his motorcycle. We were planning on riding together soon. A prayer for him would be so appreciated." That sucks, dude. I'm sorry. Make sure that you're in community, please. This is an important thing with the loss. Don't grieve. Don't grieve on your own. So be in community, and we'll pray. We'll pray. Lord, I just ask that you walk with Tribute Center as he grieves and he mourns this loss. But more importantly, Lord, I ask that you bring his friend into your arms, give him grace, give him peace, give him joy in this next life, and then also put a blessing hand upon their family as they go through this horrible situation, and help them realize that even in this tragedy, you are still good in all things. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I'm sorry for your loss, my friend. Ray came in with 107 flowers. Thank you so much. And then this is the one that you tested, and it worked very well, sir. It worked very well. Awesome. All right, we have this much better system. Much better system. Dope. I'm excited about this. I'm good. We're finally getting things right and working. Listen, I'm only an idiot some of the time. I'm only an idiot some of the time. Let's bring up the next guest. Okay, you do not have a microphone, so. Just fair warning, guys, if you do come up, you need to come up on a Chromium browser. Come up on a Chromium browser for it to work. Wapachop, what's up, bro?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. First of all, Bible's arrived, came way earlier.
That was fast.
Heaven sent, obviously.
Obviously.
So, yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to getting into this. I only finished work like half an hour ago, so I haven't had a chance to go through it at all yet. But yeah, I wanted to speak about the. You were talking about this with Modern Atheists just a minute ago. The martyrdom of the apostles and the followers, and that and the persecution of Christians after the resurrection for what they were proclaiming. Even you acknowledged that it's only a belief that they saw the resurrection of Christ, that they believe that they saw it. It can only ever be that.
Yeah, well, that's everything, right? But the question remains, how were they convinced that they saw a resurrection?
I can't answer that, but I think that the argument, or using that as part of an argument, that they were willing to be martyred for their belief, like you yourself admitted, you would be willing to die for your belief, and most Christians would agree that's their standpoint. I was about to breach that subject when Than was on, but obviously that went on way too long. We got into conspiracy and all sorts.
I just got to address something in the chat. Somebody keeps asking where the link is. The link is behind the poll. Complete the poll and you will see the link. Go ahead.
So people willing to die for something doesn't make it true.
Right. But here's what I say. Really, remember I said I get angry because people misunderstand the argument?
Right.
I think you're misunderstanding it.
Okay.
But go ahead. Let's see if you got it.
Well, I was going to say, there's been loads of cults throughout history where people have, drunk the Kool-Aid, for example. That's a famous one. Edward Hubble has written more fiction than any other living person. Then he goes on to create a religion and actually gets followers, and it becomes one of the most monetarily profitable religions.
So I will stop you because you are misunderstanding the argument. The argument isn't.
Explain to me.
So again, the argument isn't that they believe it, so therefore it's true. That's not the argument. The argument is they believe it, so therefore they're not lying, right? So they're not making something up. Now the question then becomes, and this is where people get lost in the sauce, why do they believe it, right? So for a lot of these cults, right, a lot of them believe it because they had a very convincing and charismatic guy that convinced them of all these things that were going to happen. But with Jesus, we have a very specific event of like, how did Jesus convince these people that he died under Jewish rule and then rose from the dead later, 3 days later? How could somebody do that through a natural mean? So you have a problem here. Either Jesus is the best magician that ever existed and pulled off the biggest heist and even got the Roman Empire on board with it, including Pontius Pilate. Or the more simpler hypothesis is that he actually rose from the dead.
I think simple is an overstatement. You know, how many people at that time, this is just being facetious, but how many people looked like Jesus at that time? We don't know.
Okay,
was it
hold
actually
on.
Jesus
Hold on.
that rose from the grave? Yeah.
Do you think you can hang out with someone for 3 whole years and then
and
all
not
of a sudden,
know if it was them?
not know it was him after? Yeah.
Probably not. No.
Yeah.
As I say, I was being facetious, but no, it's a good point you raise, that it's not just that they believed it, that they believed they saw him rise from the grave and then went on to proclaim it. It's a tough one, man, because you know me and the metaphysical and the miracles. It's really difficult for me to get my head around, and this is the one, isn't it, that you need to get your head around to be a
That's
Christian, and I really struggle with it. And there's so many wild theories that for someone who doesn't believe in the resurrection are actually more plausible.
Like what?
Like the conspiracy theory that we went into with Than on the previous one. Based purely on priors, like there are more conspiracy theories that have been proven true than there are resurrections. So therefore, the resurrection being a conspiracy for the motives that we discussed last time. You know,
but again, you're just giving plausibility, or sorry, you're giving possibility and not plausibility. Like you could say it's a conspiracy, but I need some sort of evidence to believe that.
How to put this? I don't have any evidence that it was a conspiracy, but I feel it's a more compelling argument that it was than it being a divine act of God.
But here's the problem with the argument. I could simply just switch that to like some sort of naturalistic thing. I can say, well, the moon landing, people landing on the moon, that doesn't happen, right? We only have one recorded event in history of the moon landing. I've never seen it happen again or since. So it just doesn't seem likely to me. So I just, it's a conspiracy.
Do we not have any physical evidence of the moon landing? Is there
they brought back a rock, but I got rocks in Idaho. So
I know. I was going to actually say, didn't they bring any evidence with them, like moon rocks, for example? Or can we not look at the suits and see that they were peppered with tiny holes from the space radiation?
I could poke holes in a suit.
I guess you could hold a piece of radioactive material next to the suit, and that would cause the same thing. But it's like, Do you personally think that the moon landing happened?
Yes, I do. I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you how the argument. I could apply your argument to any situation, right?
Because you also believe the resurrection of Christ was true. So okay, and I'm using what you just did. Okay, so I understand the context of it now.
Right.
Dude, I'm going to need to read this book a bit more. I haven't got more to offer in a way of that. It seems that it is it's just as likely to have been false as it was true. And the only reason I say that is that we have just as little evidence that it was true than we do that it was false.
Can I give you a recommended reading list for the Bible?
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well before I go. Like, what order do I read this thing in, man? It's over 1,000 pages long. Like, is there a special way?
I'd say read Mark first.
Mark.
Then Matthew, then Luke, then John, then Acts.
Just write that down. Just 1 second, get a notepad up. Mark,
because it goes Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's traditional in history. But Mark's going to be the earliest, right? Matthew and Luke are going to take for a lot of information from Mark. So they're going to be the next, and they're going to add in their own understanding.
Okay.
And then John, it comes much later, but John comes with a specific goal to combat heresy. And then Acts is going to be earlier than John, but the reason I'm getting you to read Acts next is because it tells the story after Luke. So Luke and Acts are the same author, and this is agreed with in scholarship. So I'd say start at Mark, because you're going to get, Mark writes the gist. Mark is intended, according to Paul Rhodes, Gregory Boyd, Mark is intended to be spoken. So it's quick and it's just the gist of the information, and it's the earliest source that we have. Matthew is performing midrash, so he's performing Jewish interpretation of Old Testament scripture and applying it to Jesus. So he's performing a midrash, so he has a specific theological goal. And Luke is the historian. So the historical information you're going to get is from Luke. That's going to be like the prime, because he tries to pull from sources, and he's recording like how a historian would record. John is it's specifically attacking a heresy of, I think it was Nestorianism, and that's why he wrote the Gospel of John. So he has a theological goal as well, and this is why you're going to see certain differences. And then Acts is the continuation of Luke's writings.
Okay. Thank you for doing that, man. I really appreciate that. Just for any of the listeners who didn't hear the previous one, my argument was that Christianity could potentially be a conspiracy theory thought up by the greatest mind that ever lived, Jesus Christ, to fulfill pushing Christian values deep into the deep future, even knowing that he'd be persecuted, executed, and even asking his followers, like, I know it's a crazy conspiracy, asking the followers to back the lie after he died that they'd seen him resurrected. That was my mental gymnastics, is the only way to describe it, to come to that. And I understand what you're saying, that a conspiracy is only a conspiracy until it's proven right, and there's no way to really prove this one right. It happened 2,000 years ago. Any evidence is long gone.
We're finding evidence all the time, right? We have way more manuscripts now than we did 50 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. And we found within the last 50 years, we actually found a temple that literally says that Jesus is God, which predates Jesus, I think, by 200 years. And so it shows that the early Christians genuinely believed that he was God at the earliest account. So we're constantly finding new information.
Okay. Well, I'll concede simply because I haven't got the scriptural sort of knowledge that you have, and I'll try and catch up, man, and hopefully I'll find enlightenment on the path, mate.
Cool. If you have any questions, please reach out. We also have the Discord, because there's going to be a lot of cultural context. One thing I want to say is, when you read the Bible, read it as in it's not written to you. That's a lot of people make that mistake, is they think it's written to them and they're trying to read it in that sense. Read it from an historian perspective, and remember that they are writing that for people in their time to read. That's the thing to remember.
It's written by men. Ultimately, it's inspired by God, right? That's the thing. So it's not the Quran.
Yeah.
It's not the word of God.
Thank God.
Necessarily. Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate that, man. And yeah, contextualizing it for the time, I already understand that. After watching it was a hell of a debate. It took so long to get through, man. The one with Kip, Gavin,
and Trent Horn.
Yeah, Trent's great. I really enjoyed him, man. He was a brilliant guest. I'm so glad he was part of that debate.
His wife just had a brain tumor removed. So he's really going through it, man. And they're phenomenal people from what we've seen. Yeah.
No, that the contextualization of the well, it was specifically my question about slavery in the Bible. Just no one disagreed on why it was there. And it really helped with that, because that's something I do really struggle with. And actually, I'll call back in on the is it the Wednesday you do the Christian values? If everyone followed Christian values,
well, listen, man, I love you, bro. If you have a question about that, we can do it.
Okay. Yeah, I do, man. I do. I don't want to take up too much time, but essentially, I have looked into this a bit more, because it is something that I really do struggle with. That's in there, and that it's literally the direct word of Yahweh that in the first, in the Old Testament, that it's permissible to own slaves, and that you can do certain things to them. And in the context of the debate that I watched, it was like, well, it's a better set of rules than that was at the time. Which, yeah, okay, I appreciate that. And that's good. There's trajectory, isn't it? That's what I took away from that. It's going in the right direction.
Right.
The problem I have with it is, if this were, if everyone followed Christian values, the world would be a better place. Whose Christian values is the first question?
Modern Christian.
Okay.
Yeah. So what you're talking about is Judean values, And these weren't, it wasn't a value system, right? It's not like the law wasn't given to be an ethics system. It had ethics in it, but
But then,
it was a system to keep the society in order and move them towards a trajectory of eventually bringing Christ, right? So Jesus says, I came to fulfill the law. The law was made for him, right? It wasn't made to be like a moral system that we all follow for all time. And this is like a lot of Christians get this confused, and even I got this confused for quite some time, is Christians think we're no longer under the old law. We actually are, but the old law was always a spirit of it, not a letter of it. So there's a spirit of the old law that we are still obligated by. Now, this Jesus obviously made foods clean, right? That's made clear, and I think it's Matthew, or no, Acts. Sorry, it's made clear in Acts. No, Matthew. Yeah, it's Matthew. So foods were made clean. That's one aspect, but every other aspect of the law still remains, and the feeling behind it still remains. And if you read the law, it's not giving you do this exactly the way it's supposed to be. It's giving you case acts. So, for example, there's a law that says it literally starts. It says supposed this thing happens. So it's like say supposed that on your wedding night you realize that your wife isn't a virgin, right? And the way one way to prove the case that she would be a virgin is to bring her bed sheets forward and see if there's blood on it. A lot of atheists like to run with this one, saying that God doesn't realize history because not every woman bleeds when she loses her hymen. But that's not what it's saying. It's saying here's an argument and here's a way to disprove it. And so what the case law is trying to say is that, hey, you have a certain standard that is meant for this time. Here's a way to achieve it. Here's a way that you can engage and study it. And here are the people that are going to judge it. And here's a scenario in which you can do it. So it's not giving you letter by letter, as you would see in a contract nowadays. It's giving you case studies to go off of. So us Christians, we are still under that law and we can still use it as case studies, but we understand the spirit of the law rather than the letter of the law now, thanks to Christ.
right. Now, I understand that in the context in the West. The problem is that there are not like predominantly Christian countries today that still practice slavery.
Well, yeah, like the United States.
Well, not even United States. I'm talking about proper old school chattel slavery.
Which Christian country does that?
So the Dominican Republic of the Congo is a 92% Christian country. It ranks number 9 on the world's index of slavery. And this is proper. I'm not talking about.
But is it a
slavery.
theocracy? Is it a theocracy?
I don't think it's a secular country. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
It's not like we understand secularism in the West.
Sure. So there's a thing that Jesus says that I think is important. You recognize them by their fruits. That's an important thing. It just simply claiming Christian doesn't mean Christian. Just saying the word Christian, because like I know people that I've met and they're like, yeah, I'm a Christian, and they don't go to church. They've never read the Bible. They don't pray. What makes them a Christian?
The belief that could work, right?
Well, if they don't
They're not
believe if
acting
they
out
don't pray.
there. Yeah, they're not expressing themselves as a Christian in their everyday life. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, how do you? Because if simply being a Christian is just somebody saying I'm Christian, well, yeah, that's going to lead to a whole lot of problems.
Yeah, I get. So you're saying you can't prove that these 92% of people, like it's 63 million people in.
Why? I don't know.
And this is just one example of one country. I actually found many because I really went down this rabbit hole, man. This is going to be a problem for me to overcome, because if the United Kingdom had the gumption to go to war with other nations to prevent slavery and say we don't think this is right. Okay, and the US went to war with its brothers down south, fellow Americans, because they said, we don't think this is right. But Yahweh hasn't got the gumption to say chattel slavery is the only issue here. I think all the other contexts of slavery in the Old Testament makes sense, but chattel slavery doesn't, and it never has, and it never will. If he didn't, why didn't he have the gumption to do what man has done? We literally went against.
How long did it take us to do that?
Well, it hasn't happened in countries where.
Right, but how long did it take us to first do that? The very first writing against slavery happens in the 1800s, and it was by the Pope.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, but it hasn't reached predominantly Christian countries in Africa, where
But
it's not
I'm
even
just saying.
it's not even criminalized.
But I'm just saying the very first attacks against slavery were by Christians. So they came from the Pope when it was against the indigenous people, when they started going over to the United States and they wanted to enslave them. I think it was Gregory. I don't remember which Pope, but the Pope wrote specifically saying that we should not, because it's not right, because they're the image bearers of God. Right. And then even in the United States in the South during the chattel slavery time, it was Christians who took the writing from Paul talking about a slave that fled to him, taking that and saying that these are people and that we should free them. So the earliest things that we see going against slavery come from Christians. Now, does that mean all Christians followed that or did that perfectly? Absolutely not. But I'm saying, you're saying, why didn't God say that? Well, here's the thing. Humanity didn't even say it for thousands of years. Most of history, slavery was just a normal thing, and nobody contested it. Nobody wrote about it. Nobody had any issues about it. It'd be similar to like saying 10,000 years from now or 5,000 years from now, why didn't God say anything about people working under minimum wage, right? Where they could barely make a living.
Yeah. Why are we eating animals if we don't have to? Yeah. It's an equal argument. The only problem I have with that is that shouldn't God know better than man?
Sorry, I got to pause you real quick. Modern atheism says the thumbnail is the old thumbnail.
I changed it.
Nope.
What? I changed it then.
We should fire her, or she doesn't get to eat tonight now.
I did change it.
We're not feeding her tonight.
Look.
I'm sure you've got guys that want to call in about the topic at hand, dude. So I'm happy to call in another day and discuss this if you want, but because I've got a lot more to say, and I appreciate your time is limited, and you've got patient people waiting to speak about the resurrection of Christ, which I still can't prove didn't happen. So no taco today, but yeah, thank you for the reading list. I really appreciate it, dude. I was super lost on where I should start with this, and that's really cleared that up. I will get reading that tonight. Hopefully the next time we speak, I'll be a bit more educated on what I'm talking about.
All right, man. Well, God bless. Good luck on your journey. And again, reach out if you have questions.
I will do, man. I'll join the Discord. Thank you, mate.
Right,
cheers. Peace.
What a great guy. Love talking to him. Never sad when he calls up. Let's do it. Now we can do it because they're here. Modern Brain came in with $2. Says, blessings your way. Tosh29 gave 3 roses. Thank you, Tosh. Modern Brain came in with $5. Says, W for John, getting atheists to read the Bible. This guy's going to read more than some Christians. That is the case. That is always the case. There's people who are atheists. When they become Christians, they know more. They know more because they actually read it. A lot of Christians are born Christian. Like I said, they're just like, I'm a Christian. And you don't even know why. Can't even tell why. I talked to a Christian one time. When I became a Christian, I started reaching out to people. They're like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian too. And they're like, I've been a Christian for 30 years. And I'm like, have you read the Bible? And they're like, one day I'll get to it. 30 years? You've been a Christian 30 years and one day you're going to get to it? Okay. I believe you. But again, you don't need to read the Bible to be a Christian, obviously. But I'm just saying. Anyways, Mario came $2 says, I have a person who believes in God, but not Jesus. That's an oxymoron. That's an oxymoron. That's like Little Big Shrimp, right? Doesn't work. Let's bring in the next guest. Boom, bam, bop. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Yeah, no one can hear you, bro. But good effort. Good effort.
He's still there?
No, he left.
Oh.
He just came in and started saying it, and then he left.
Imagine saying it yourself.
Like they just want to get you banned and taken down, and they just think, oh, I'm gonna get this guy taken down, but no one could hear you. Just me.
Just came up here sounding dumb.
Oh, yeah. So this is very cool, by the way, guys. I think we got to do a celebration Because we did our 100th live episode. Now I've done way more than that, but we started like a new series and we've hit 100 in that series. So we got 100. Plus we're about to hit 30,000 followers on YouTube, which is huge. So I got to figure out something to do. I was thinking I'd do another 10-hour live. I just got to pick a day to do it. And so when I pick that day, I also got to call in to my work and say I can't go. Maybe Monday? What?
I thought we would do it on a weekend.
I don't want to work on the weekend. I work every day, freaking nonstop. And I also have other work I have to do on the weekend that I have to prep for the week for. So I was thinking maybe a Monday we do like a 10-hour stream. Do from like 12 to 10. And Abby can cook me dinner, bring it. I can eat it right here. We'll do that. But I don't know. I'll keep you all posted. Monday is a holiday. Not for us.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
If Monday ends up being a holiday, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do a 10-hour stream.
I asked her boss. He never answered me.
So if we end up not going to work on Monday, we'll do a 10-hour stream on Monday. Or I'll do it. I don't know what Abby will do. Abby can do a little bit and then take off if she wants to. Because the whole thing won't be debates. We'll do a lot of debates and then we'll do some like reactions and we'll do whatever. But we'll do something on Monday. All right, let's bring up the next guest. Kevin, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, bro, give me 2 seconds and I'll bring you in. All right, dude. Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna show you a contradiction between the Gospels, if that's okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I would say the resurrection is where you get the resurrection from the Gospels, and if I can be able to disprove the Gospels, then the resurrection would be disproved, right?
But even if you showed a contradiction, what does that improve?
Shows it's not the word of God.
I don't think it's the actual word of God.
So where do you get the resurrection? Wait, what? You don't think the Gospels are the word of God?
Not the actual word of God, no.
Okay, so how do you know that the resurrection happened? Like, where do you get your information from about the resurrection?
The historic reportage model.
Like what?
Using the Bible, using the historic reportage model, we could say that they're trying to convey, had the attempt to convey accurate and truthful information. And through that study, we can say that the best hypothesis, considering all the data, is that Jesus Christ rose from the dead.
Do you believe they had the Holy Spirit in them?
Well, it depends at which time, but yes.
So if all the gospel writers had the Holy Spirit within them and they contradict each other, it was divinely how can a divinely inspired book in your worldview can still have errors?
Because inspiration just means you're inspired. It still has true human authorship.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, okay. So how I would just okay. If I can't go to the Gospels, then
Well, you
I
can
guess
go to the Gospels. You can even bring up the contradiction if you want. But I'm just saying, like, bringing up a contradiction doesn't prove or disprove anything. Contradictions are what you expect to see when people are recording accurate and truthful information. And a contradiction to disprove something would have to be something that is A and also not A, not something where it's like an argument of silence. So if you want to, you can go into the contradiction. What is it?
but it wouldn't disprove like the resurrection.
Well, it depends on the contradiction. Like if one gospel said Jesus was crucified, and then the other one said no, he wasn't, then yeah, we got a big problem. So it depends on the contradiction.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Cool. Okay. So, do you have a Bible on you?
I always have a Bible on me.
Okay. Can you please go to Matthew chapter 28, verse 8 to 11?
Just tell me what the contradiction is.
Okay. So in Matthew chapter 28, verse 8 to 11, it says this. So the woman hurried away from the tomb, and they ran to tell the disciples. Then Jesus meets them before they go to the disciples, and he says, "Greetings." They came to him, they clasped his feet and worshipped him, and Jesus said, "Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee. There they will see me."
So it's
So
the
you got that?
Galilee and Jerusalem contradiction.
Oh, I mean, not. I mean, there's more to it. I mean, there's
Which
more to it.
specific contradiction did you get? Because it sounds like you're bringing up did they go to Jerusalem or did they go to Galilee?
No. Because I know the answer to that. That's not really the one that I'm talking about.
Okay, so then what contradiction are you bringing up? I didn't hear a contradiction there.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring up John now. I'm gonna bring up John's verse. So I'm gonna show you how John contradicts it, and then I'm gonna show you how Luke contradicts both John and Matthew.
Just tell what is the overall arching contradiction instead of going to each verse. Just tell me what it is.
Okay, so in John, it's not until Mary first tells Peter and the other disciples that they run to inspect it, and then Jesus appears to Mary. In John's gospel.
What is the overarching contradiction? I still don't understand what you're trying to say.
That's the contradiction.
What contradiction?
When Jesus appeared to them. That's the contradiction.
Does anybody understand what he's saying, or is it just me?
Okay, so in John's gospel, Jesus appears to Mary before she goes to the disciples. In Matthew's gospel, John appears to Mary. One sec, my bad. Give me 1 sec. Mary disciples. Yeah. So when Jesus appeared. Okay. So okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in Luke's gospel. Yeah. So in Luke's gospel, the woman went to the tomb early in the morning. It says the woman went to the tomb early in the morning, and okay, I'll tell you the overall train contradiction if you don't want me to read the verse. Yeah. So basically, in Luke's gospel, the women um they see a vision of angels, and then they went and then the disciples went to the tomb, but the women didn't see Jesus until after they went to the tomb.
Okay, give me the
Until
verses.
after the disciples went to the tomb.
So Luke what?
Oh, okay, cool. So I'll give you all three. Matthew chapter 28, verse 8 to 11.
Oh, you said it was Luke and John that were contradicting.
Matthew, John, and Luke all contradict each other. All three.
Oh, well, you gave me two contradictions. So how do you get three of them with two contradictions?
Well, it's one contradiction, but all three are contradicting on the same point.
Okay, Matthew what?
Matthew 28, verse 8 to 11.
28 verses 8 to 11. Okay, it says, so they hurried away from the tomb in fear and great joy and ran to tell his disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them and said, "Greetings." They came to him and grasped his feet and worshipped him. "Do not be afraid." And Jesus said, "Go tell my brothers to go to Galilee. They will see me." Okay, what's the next one?
Okay, so John chapter 20.
Let's do Luke first.
Huh?
Luke. What's Luke?
Okay, Luke's. Alright, cool. So there's two for Luke. There's Luke chapter 24, verse 9 to 10.
There can't be two for Luke.
I'm sorry?
That's not how it works. If it's Luke doesn't tell the same story twice. It can't be two times. If it's two times, then you're misreading a text.
Okay, Luke chapter. Okay, then go to Okay, cool. Yeah, Luke chapter 24, verse 22 to 24.
Luke 24, 22 through 24 says, Furthermore, some of the women were astounded us. They are at the tomb early this morning, but they did not find his body. They came and told us they seen a vision of angels who said that Jesus was alive, that some of our companions went to the tomb and found it, just as the woman described, but they did not see it. Okay, so where's the contradiction? While the women were on their way, the guards went to the city and reported to the chief priests. Hold on. So they hurried. So we'll start at 5. But the angel said to the woman, "Do not be afraid. I know you're looking for Jesus. He's crucified, not here, risen." Blah blah blah. So he hurried away from the tomb with great joy and disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them, said greetings. They came to him, grasped his feet, worshipped. "Do not be afraid." Jesus, go tell my brother. Where's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that in Matthew's gospel, they already saw Jesus before seeing the disciples. That's the contradiction in Matthew's gospel. Do you see Matthew's?
Yeah, so they see Jesus here. And then Luke, furthermore, our women were astounded us. They went to the tomb early this morning, but they did not find his body. They came and told us they had a vision of angels who said Jesus was alive. Then some of our companions went to the tomb and found it was as the woman described,
Exactly.
but him and did not see it. Where's the contradiction? What is A and not A
That's
here?
That's exactly the thing. Then some of our companions went to the tomb and found it just as the woman had said, but they did not see Jesus. So when they met the disciples, they did not see Jesus.
Where's the contradiction?
In Matthew, that's the contradiction. In Matthew's gospel, when they tell when they see the disciples, they have already seen Jesus.
Where
in
does it
Luke's
say in
gospel-
Luke that they didn't see Jesus?
No, that's the point. They did see Jesus, but they saw him before the women met the disciples. The women saw Jesus.
Does anybody
before
understand the contradiction here? I don't understand the contradiction. And is it just me? Because I don't see a contradiction here.
So in Matthew, it says Jesus suddenly meets them right after they leave the tomb, but
No, it
before
doesn't.
they reach any. Huh?
So, but the angel said to the woman, "Do not be afraid, for I know what you're looking for. Jesus is crucified. He is not here. He is risen." Jesus said he had come to see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples, he is risen from the dead, and go to Galilee. Then you'll see him. I have told you. So he hurried away from the tomb with fear and great joy to tell his disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them on the road and said greetings. They came to him, grasped his feet, and worshipped him. "Do not be afraid," said Jesus. "Go and tell my brothers and sisters to go to Galilee. They will see me." Okay. And then Luke says,
Okay, so you understand the contradiction?
no. Because it sounds like what you're making is an argument from silence.
No, this is not an argument for no.
You're saying that Luke doesn't mention something, and Matthew does mention something. It doesn't say here that they did not see Jesus at any point.
Yes, it does. No, in Luke's
Where does
gospel,
it say that
says,
they didn't see Jesus?
in Luke chapter 24, verse 22 to 24?
Furthermore, some of the women astounded. They went to the tomb early in the morning, but they did not find his body. They came out and told that they seen a vision of angels who said Jesus was alive. Then some of our companions went to the tomb and found it, just as the woman had described, but they did not see him. Then Jesus said to them, "O foolish ones, slow your heart and believe the prophets have spoken."
But they did not see Jesus.
Hold on. He described but they did not see. Then Jesus said to them,
when is that happening?
Right after verse 24. Then some of our companions went to the tomb and found it just as the woman described, but they did not see. Then Jesus said to them, "O foolish ones." Right? Then right here, they went to the tomb, went to go tell the disciples, and then Jesus showed up to them. This one, they go to the tomb, go to tell the disciples, then Jesus showed up to them. Where's the contradiction?
Let me see. Let's see, John 29.
What's John have to do with? Why are you in John?
Let me see. I think I made a mistake. One sec. One sec. Okay, cool. Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I made a complete mistake. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I made a mistake. Okay, that's my bad. No. That's a complete mistake. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, no, that's a complete mistake. Okay. No, scratch the Luke. Scratch the Luke.
I can't. I don't know where he is.
Huh?
I can't scratch him. I don't know where he is.
I gave you the wrong verse. No, sorry. I meant to say, okay, no, John 20 verse 11 to 17. That's the contradiction. Go to John 20
What does it
verse 11.
contradict, Matthew or Luke?
Oh, Matthew. Contradicts Matthew. Yeah.
Okay,
give
so
it to Luke.
John 20.
Yeah.
Okay, what verses?
Verse well, technically, okay, 11 verse 17. 11 verse 17.
Okay, so then the disciples returned home, but Mary stood outside the tomb weeping. As she wept, she bent down to look into the tomb, and she saw two angels, white, sitting there, where the body of Jesus had lain, one at the head and the other at the feet. Woman, why are you weeping? They asked. Because they have taken my Lord away, she said, and I do not know where they have put him. When she said this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not recognize that it was Jesus. Woman, why are you weeping? Jesus asked. Whom are you seeking? Thinking he was the gardener, she said, Sir, if you carried him off, tell him you have put in and we'll see him. Jesus said to her, Mary. She turned and said to him in Hebrew, Rabboni, which means teacher. Do not cling to me, Jesus said, for I have not yet ascended to the Father, but go tell the brothers I am ascending to my Father, and my Father to my God and your God. Okay, where's the contradiction?
Okay, so that's the confusing part. So because earlier in John chapter 20 verse 1 to 3, it says they have taken the Lord out of the tomb and we don't know where they have put him.
Earlier where?
In John chapter 20 verse 1 to 3.
Okay. Where's the contradiction? I'm so confused, man. Listen, I think I'm going to move on, and when you get this like solid, come back up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I appreciate your time, though, man. God bless.
Yes.
I it's all over the place, man. Maybe there's a contradiction out there. I didn't see it, but we weren't getting anywhere, and he's just kind of reading the script. Hey, if you got a script, man, spend some time with it first, and learn it and understand it, and then come back up. But God bless you. Have a good day. Let's do some super chats. Hey, we can do that now. Abby, don't let me forget. Don't let me forget when we got to do super chats. Silver Surfer, CarMMX, thank you. Michael Evans came in with $5, says, broke his Muslim brain and he couldn't remember how to follow his script. Kufr Apologetics with one little heart. Thank you, sir. Gabriel of Valencia came in with $5, says, Luke 24:23 literally says that the woman said that Jesus is alive. Why do you think they said that? Because they saw him. No contradiction. Only arguments of silence. That's all I can see. That's all I can see. All right, let's bring up another guest. Guys, if you want to join, it's tinyurl.com/BigJohnSteel10, password 12345 to come up and have a conversation with moi. And we would discuss whether or not Jesus actually resurrected from the dead. And if you convince me that he didn't, I will buy you a taco and also have an existential crisis because my entire worldview would break down. So let's move on. Make sure you smash the like button, sharing the live, guys, doing all the things that you need to do. It's Fatishy again. What's up, bro? Good, man. What you want to talk about?
Just wanted to ask you, just like some quick thing that you said earlier that that Jesus, like when you're talking about like declaring the food's clean and stuff, you said that was in Mark.
One of the Gospels. I don't remember exactly which one. Why?
Oh, well, I don't know. I just I didn't know that Jesus did that.
Well, so
I know that
Jesus says, nothing that goes in you can defile you, but only what comes out. And then there's a note in there from the author. I forget who it was. It says, then all foods are made clean. If we go to the earliest manuscripts that we have of that verse is in there. So it shows that the earliest apostles understood what Jesus was saying that he was declaring foods clean. So unless you're going to pick it, you're going to pick and choose and say, well, I'm not going to trust the author of the gospel of the guy who wrote it down. Yeah, it's declaring foods clean.
Someone said Matthew 15.
Right.
Matthew 15.
Matthew 15. Oh, shit, I can't get out the app.
Let me pull it up.
Appreciate it.
Do you guys know what verse? It's been a while since I looked at it. I do not see it in Matthew 15. I do not think that's right. Let's just pull it up.
Because I know like Paul and Peter kind of get into like, the Gentiles and like they can eat like, they're not under those dietary restrictions and stuff, but I didn't know that Jesus said anything about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Mark 7:19.
Mark 7:19.
So here it is. And so people read this and then they have a problem because this is in like brackets. And the problem is, I don't know why they have a problem with that. So it says here, because it does not enter his heart, but goes into his stomach and then is enlightened. Thus all foods are clean. When you go into the ancient texts, right? Or the manuscripts that we have, that's in there, right? This is not a scribal edition. This was written by Mark. He put that in there. And so that was the early church's understanding of what Jesus was declaring there.
Yeah, okay. No,
For, they,
yeah, I
for
didn't
some
know
reason,
that.
for some
I
reason,
thought
people
that
think.
was.
Sorry, so for some reason, people think these little brackets means that Christians later put it in. That's not the case. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, that's basically what I was gonna say. I thought I heard something about like an editorial note, like especially because I think well, I didn't see it in like different like when you're like reading or like when you're trying to go over a verse in different Bible versions, just to kind of get more meaning.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw that like editorial note, but so that's probably why I assumed that. But
So, some take it. Some might take it out. Sure, because it is a note that's in there, right? It's not in there as the text, but our earliest manuscripts have that note.
right, okay, and then so like, does this apply? I guess I know like we don't really have these today, but like, what does that apply to like Jewish Christians too? Because like I always understood it as like the Gentile Christians obviously were chill,
Yeah, all
but
foods are
like,
made clean. This is something that Jesus declared during his ministry before the new covenant came in.
right, okay, oh sweet. All right, well that was it. That was just my question, man. Thank you.
All right, bro. God bless.
Another W, man.
Thank you, sir. Abby,
Yes. Here.
entertain.
Okay.
This is why we need to get Abby a camera, so when she entertains, I can switch to her, and then she can just like do the hokey pokey.
I don't think they really need to see me to be entertained. The Abby desk fun. I have a desk. It's nice. I like my little desk. Abby, how Bird on John and cause throw Bird on John. I was really confused. Bert is asleep in our bed under the blankets because he's a diva.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Are you not entertained?
They wanted a riddle.
A riddle.
I don't know any riddles.
A riddle. What runs but never speaks what runs but never walks has a mouth but never talks. What runs but never walks has a mouth but never talks.
I think you told me this before and I still forget the answer.
I do need a top hat.
We first met at the gym.
We did. Let's bring up the Gestarino.
Everybody got it immediately.
Yep.
I'm just dumb.
Was black and white and red all over. What a name. The lowest ranking Muslim. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? How old are you? All right, man. Give me two seconds and I'll bring you in. All right. Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Hey, how's it going? I talked to you before. Hope you're doing well, brother. The reason why I believe Jesus did and rose from the dead. I'm trying to pull up my notes. Sorry, I was on the chat, your little chat box. But my argument is that the resurrection and the incarnation weren't affirmed by Jesus or his disciples. One, there's no first-hand testimony from Jesus. Nowhere in any gospel, canonical or otherwise, does Jesus explicitly say, "I will rise from the dead and prove I am God."
Yeah, he
In
does.
fact,
He does though. He says, "I lay my life down again, and I will rise it up again." And he also says that when this temple is destroyed, it'll be built back up again in 3 days. He also says, "I will give you the sign of
where,
Jodah, where I will be in the belly of the
okay,
beast for
so
three
can you
days
give
and
me
rise
a
again."
verse? Because I personally believe that a lot of these verses were written by Paul. I know that
Those
21 of
those
the
are all in the
27
Gospels,
books 21 of the 27 books in the Bible, in the Gospel, in the
right?
New Testament
So though
were
every
written
verse I
by
gave you
people
was
who
in the
were not
Gospel.
eyewitness.
Every verse I gave you was in the Gospels.
Okay, what Gospel?
So, for example, Matthew says, "I will give you the sign of Jonah,"
Was
which is
Matthew an
sign.
eyewitness?
Yes, Matthew is an eyewitness.
Matthew was one of the eyewitnesses.
Matthew is an apostle.
Uh-huh. So who were the actual eyewitnesses that met Jesus? There was two of them that didn't, two of them that did, right?
So
Remind me again.
Matthew and John, right, were apostles of Christ. Luke and Mark were not apostles of Christ, but they were apostles of the apostles. We don't know if they met Jesus or not.
So Matthew and John were the only apostles. Okay, cool. So then that was a Matthew verse that you said pulled up, and what was the other one?
Yeah. So the one where I will put my life down and raise it up again is in the three synoptics. So it's in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And then same with the destruction will be brought down and built up again in 3 days. That's also in Matthew, Mark, and Luke.
Let me see.
This is the problem when you have scripts and notes.
No, I know, brother. I don't. I just. I'm a bio major. I do other stuff. I do this for fun, you know.
A few moments later.
Yeah, I'm pulling up to see where it says that what you just said, that he'll destroy or raise a temple. I see it in John. The only thing is that I don't see it in the other ones that you claimed. But anywho, I'll go back to going back to my argument. And it's in fact, Jesus refers to himself consistently as a prophet, according to Luke 13:33, servant of God, according to.
We already believe that Jesus is a prophet.
Okay, that's good. Alhamdulillah. And the Son of Man, a man title. He prayed to God according to Matthew 23.
Right. So what you're doing is called a gish gallop. You're all over the place, and you're just quote mining and jumping every location. So we believe that Jesus prayed to God.
But is God.
Mm-hmm.
But you know that everything to prove this, your Trinity falls into heresy.
Yeah. Why are we talking about the Trinity when the topic is Jesus rose from the dead?
Okay, well, that's the claim. So the resurrection claims rely on secondhand sources. They don't come from firsthand sources.
We have firsthand sources, Matthew and John, and then Luke makes a declaration that he's pulling from firsthand sources. And this is also a very common thing in the ancient Near East. And within those firsthand sources, between the four Gospels and Acts, we have within those writings, we have 21 firsthand accounts.
21 first-hand accounts. You can't know it yet. That doesn't count for 21 first-hand accounts.
Does it? Hold on, it doesn't.
No,
okay,
it doesn't.
So if
brother,
it doesn't,
hold
on. If it doesn't, let me just ask you a question. When you're let me ask you a question. When you're watching a news station or you're reading a newspaper and they quote something, is that a first-hand account or a second-hand account?
If I see something on the news?
Yeah, so for example, if I read in a newspaper, Donald Trump said that all women are no longer allowed to work. Let's say that's read in the newspaper. Is that a first-hand account or a second-hand account?
Second-hand.
Okay, so then literally nothing is a first-hand account. like the vast majority
No,
of
if you're
history, all
there
news
and you
reports,
see it with your own hand or your own
all
eyes,
news
that's
reports,
first
all
hand.
news
That's what it means to be
reports,
first
all
hand.
news
So you
reports,
see it,
all
if
things like
you're
that.
there, if you're there, that's first hand. If you're not there and you heard it, that's second hand. That's the difference
Right.
between
So
actually being
you
first hand
don't
witness.
trust,
That
you
means
don't
you actually
trust.
eyewitness your own eyes, hears, and everything.
Right.
And
So
second
again,
witness is I
bro,
heard it from somebody
you
else.
need to stop. Right. You're just going on a big tangent. So you don't trust the vast majority of the news or history.
No, I do trust it because we have cameras now, so we don't have to really rely
Okay.
fully
So when they
on
didn't have cameras, so
hearsay.
like
It's
50
not real.
years ago.
That's why people don't rely on newspaper anymore, and they watch YouTube. You know, nobody's over there buying newspapers
Okay.
out.
Okay.
You
Fine.
know,
Then I have a firsthand account that Optimus Prime exists.
because you saw a movie.
Yeah. I saw it on video.
That would be more second hand because
No,
you never
I saw
experienced
it. I have
Optimus
video.
Prime.
I
You
saw
saw
it
a video.
personally. I
It's
saw
just like
Optimus.
me in the military. I saw a lot of people get blown up. I used to disarm bombs for the
Bruh.
military, and I saw a lot of pregnant women in burqas get blown up. But did I actually see them? No, I never saw them.
Wait,
And when I
what?
talked to all my brothers and all the ones that I was EOD with, none of them saw the same things. They only seen in camera. So to say that you actually seen somebody a suicide bomber and stuff like that firsthand, no, I saw videos of
Bruh.
people. That doesn't mean I was the one behind the camera. The guy behind the camera is the first hand. He's the one right
is that
there.
a real
Not you
sentence?
watching the video.
Is that a
That's
real
second hand.
sentence, bro? I have no idea what you're saying. Nobody knows what you're saying.
So the guy holding the camera would be first hand experience. You watching the video on your screen, that's your second hand experience.
Okay, so if
Because
I
you
see a
weren't the
video,
you weren't
if I
the
see a
cameraman.
video of something, then I can't trust it because it's a secondhand account.
Because you're second hand. You're
Right,
not
so
the
I can't trust
cameraman.
any video I see.
No, hell no. With the Jews in control of all the medias, bro, come on.
I had to kick him after that. That's too dangerous. That's too dangerous. We'll get banned. We'll get banned for that, bro. So bro's argument is literally you can't trust anything unless you see it yourself. That's his argument. But once he started yelling out the thing about who controls the media, we had to move on. That's dangerous territory right there. Rio came in with 1 heart. Thank you. Brady came in with 499. Says Muslims trying hard to have a fallacy named after their reasoning. Jeff Hall, 1 heart. Another one. Thank you so much. Modern Bray came in with $5. Says bro says where in the Bible does it say then John gives him the Bible verse? Then he goes, well, that doesn't count. Robin Hood came in with the
Money.
thank you so much. Michael Evans came in with $10. Says, so the Quran is secondhand. You're not wrong. Jimmy Space came in with 279. Says, this man needs to take a break from the hookah. Yeah, there was something going on there. I'm not too sure what's going on. Nice guy, but like something was wild. All right, guys, if you want to join the conversation, it is tinyurl.com/Big John Steel 10, password 12345. If you join with the multi-guest on TikTok, you'll be the bottom of the list. Just a fair warning, but that you can join there. That is also an option. And if at any point you guys want to interrupt the guest and say something to him, $20 super chat will get an immediate pop-up on the screen and it will speak the words that you have wanted to say. Please avoid any vulgarities. If you do super chats with like horrible words in them, you will get banned. So that's a fair warning there. Also, quick reminder, if you guys do join with the URL, please make sure you're using a Chromium browser. For some reason, it only works on Chromium browsers.
What's Chromium?
It's like anything that's built onto the basis of Google Chrome. So Firefox, Chrome. Firefox isn't Chromium. Chrome is Chromium. Brave is Chromium. There's a lot of Chromium servers out there. Hop. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I'm sorry? Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
That was so weird.
Y'all good. Let me bring you in. Just give me 2 seconds. All right, bro. Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know what your evidence for Jesus rising from the dead is.
Yeah, so this would be the historic reportage model. This would be the Gospels and Acts, and then also the epistles.
Okay, can you explain a little bit more? Because I don't really understand how. Because isn't that all just like word of mouth testimony?
Word of mouth. What does that mean when you say that?
Like when you're talking about the Gospels, like they're
Mhm.
all written by like human beings.
Mhm.
Like
Every book is written by a human being.
that's what I mean. Well, like
Yeah.
there's no there's no like scientific like evidence behind it. It's just someone telling a story.
Okay.
Like
So
it's and,
cool. So
and they were
you
written like. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead,
So
sorry.
yeah, I just want to test your criteria here. So you only trust things that are scientifically proven.
Well, when it comes to something of this magnitude, I would say yes.
Okay. What do you mean
Like
by
if
this
it's
magnitude?
like if I'm I don't know, like if I'm gonna believe that it's hot outside tomorrow in the summer, like I don't need to like have a science to understand that. But like when it comes to like
Okay. So you do believe things that aren't scientifically proven.
yes, when it has to do with something as small as like the weather,
Okay. Can
like
everything be
that's
proven?
affecting me directly.
Can everything be proven with science?
I'm sure
Everything?
everything that can be proven by science will be proven by science.
But can
It's just a matter of time.
can every truth claim be proven with science?
See when we get into absolutes like this, like the word every and all, like I mean I'm really not sure, so I'm not going to speak on
Okay.
that. And
Yeah. So I'll
give
just
you a
say this.
certain,
Can you prove to me scientifically what you had for breakfast 2 weeks ago?
I don't even remember what I had for breakfast 2 weeks ago, but I'm sure I could
How?
if I remember.
What's a scientific
By
method you could prove what you had for breakfast 2 weeks ago?
I'm confused on what you're getting at.
Is it true? Okay, let's say, like, for example, 2 weeks ago, you had bacon and eggs for breakfast on a Monday. Would that be a true statement?
Yeah,
What's the scientific method to prove that?
I ate it.
What's what's the scientific method to prove it?
That's what I'm trying to say. When you get into things like
Mm-hmm.
everything and all, like I guess that was a misstep on me. Did I say everything at first, or did
No,
you?
no, you didn't. But you're saying what is the scientific method to prove it? And I'm asking, can you prove everything with scientific methods? There are lots of truth claims out there that we have that cannot be proven with scientific methods. So, for example, we
Yeah,
have
but
like axioms that we hold to, laws of logic, mathematics. Even the scientific method itself cannot be proven with a scientific method.
okay, but we're talking about someone rising from the dead, like literally, like
So,
basically magic. Basically magic.
define magic.
Think of Skyrim or
That's not a
anything
definition. That's an example. Can you give me a definition of what magic is?
supernatural.
Well, that's just just the synonym, right? You're just changing magic with supernatural. What's supernatural?
Okay, anything that doesn't occur naturally, that wouldn't occur naturally. No
Okay,
one has ever
that
risen from the
doesn't.
dead.
All right, doesn't occur naturally. Can you give me the distinction between natural and supernatural?
Yeah, natural is something that we can observe in the natural world or the natural universe. Supernatural is something that can't happen.
Okay, so then your argument is supernatural things don't happen. So therefore, if I think something's supernatural,
Not
it didn't
don't happen,
happen.
can't happen.
Right, right, right. But your argument is, so if I see something that I think is supernatural, it cannot happen. So therefore, it's false. So do you see how you have a self-fulfilling argument there?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
You're literally saying miracles can't happen. So you're saying no matter what I provide you as evidence for a miracle, it cannot happen. So it's just false.
Well, I've never heard like good, like reliable evidence. Like like the evidence is always the
Okay.
Gospels
So
or the
all right. So
Bible or Paul.
let me bring it back because you're kind of shifting topics. So you're saying miracles are things that can't happen. I can't do 75 backflips in one jump. If I did it, would that be a miracle?
I mean, you could if you jumped on a high enough platform
Or just
or
off the
jumped
ground,
on
like
a
not off a
plane.
platform, just like from the ground standing. I can't jump up in the air and do 75 backflips. would that can be
Yeah.
considered a miracle?
I would be considered you doing 75 backflips. What is a miracle and what isn't a miracle? Isn't that subjective?
Well, I'm asking your definition because you're saying you're saying one's supernatural, one's natural. So I'm trying to get the distinction that you have here. So if I jumped up and did 75 backflips, would that be supernatural?
Yeah.
Okay. If 2 + 2 = 5, would that be supernatural?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so your argument is just supernatural things are things that I don't think can happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, was landing on the moon supernatural?
I mean, no.
But they didn't think it could happen.
Who's to say? They weren't even thinking about the moon. They thought the moon revolved around. They thought that it was.
They were thinking about the moon, right? They had astrologers, people who track the stars, right? They had a lot of things attributed to the moon, and they did not think. They thought the Earth was flat. Yeah. So okay, cool. So they didn't think the Earth could be round. So was the Earth being round supernatural?
Well, some people did, and they got killed for it.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
Time is. It's an issue with time.
You're not answering my question. Can you please answer my question?
Yeah, what is the question?
The question is, the people back then who thought the Earth was round, were they making a supernatural claim?
No.
Okay, why?
Because it is.
Okay, but your argument is supernatural are things that you think can't happen. So if they thought that the Earth cannot be round, then it was a supernatural claim. So then you have to go back and give me a distinction between supernatural and natural.
Okay, well, I'm just a guy, man. I'm not a scientist. I'm not like we can get into all this all these definitions and all these things and all these different words, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day.
It does matter because it's testing your epistemology. Hold on, it does matter, and I'm going to explain why it matters. Okay. It's testing your epistemology and testing on why you think things are true in the first place. If your argument is it's not true because I just don't believe it's true, then nothing I will ever provide you will ever be good enough evidence. So I need to know what your standard is and see if you're consistent before I can start providing you evidence, right?
Okay. Well, just because, okay, so where do you want to go from here?
Well, you need to give me a distinction between natural and supernatural. Because if your argument is because it's supernatural, I don't believe it, well, I need to know what your methodology is in discovering what something is supernatural or not.
Okay, well, going back to Jesus rising from the dead,
mm-hmm.
just to use as an example, people don't rise from the dead. Once something dies, it cannot be revived.
Right.
Unless it's
this is begging the question, because my argument is that people do rise from the dead. Your argument that it doesn't happen. Your argument is, well, no, I think about more than that happened, but you're saying it's because it's supernatural and it just doesn't happen. Okay, well, I need to know what your distinction is between supernatural and natural. So let's say 1,000 years down the road, we discover ways to bring life from non-life and raise people from the dead. Then you couldn't make that argument anymore that people don't rise from the dead.
I mean, yeah, true, but it wouldn't be from what you're claiming, though. You're claiming that God was in Jesus, or Jesus was God and he died. It's a
right, but it doesn't matter the method in which it was done. Your argument is that people don't rise from the dead, but you can think of a hypothetical world where people could rise from the dead using technology and science. So I need a methodology in which you to say something is supernatural, not supernatural, because it seems to me that if we simply observe it, it's natural. So I need to know what the distinction is.
Well, if we can observe it and replicate it or test it again, I would say.
Okay, is abiogenesis natural or supernatural?
Abiogenesis?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Can you explain?
Abiogenesis is the belief that of life came from non-life. So where the very first life came into being. Okay. Is that natural or supernatural?
I mean, it would have to be natural.
Okay, but we can't test it and repeat it in a lab, so.
Okay, let me ask you this. What if there was certainly discovered life on another planet?
It's irrelevant to the question I'm asking you.
Well, I'm saying, it is relevant because I'm saying, what if life exists on another planet, then it would have occurred twice to our knowledge, which would give more evidence towards it being natural, would it not?
Right, but you said you need to be able to test it and repeat it in a lab. We can't do that. So is it supernatural or natural?
I mean, like I said, it would have to be natural.
Okay, so then I still need a methodology in which to determine whether something is supernatural or natural.
Well, I mean, since we don't actually know like when it actually began, like the second it happened, or what occurred for it to happen in the first place. I mean, it honestly could be natural if we terraformed Mars and created life on Mars. Would that be the same thing?
I'm just asking you for a method. You're saying supernatural things don't happen, like people rising from the dead. So I need a method to determine when something is supernatural.
Because
so I know when it doesn't happen.
No one has ever rose from the dead. And if he did,
no, but people did raise from the dead. That's the argument that we have in contention here. Is I believe people did raise from the dead. You're saying he didn't, and your argument is that, well, people don't rise from the dead. So it's kind of like circular, right? If we're arguing whether or not people raise from the dead, you can't argue, well, people don't, so therefore it didn't happen, because that's the debate.
Okay, but I still don't know your evidence. Can we put aside?
It doesn't matter what evidence I bring forward if your methodology is simply to say I don't believe it because people don't rise from the dead. Because I could get, let's say I provided you 1,000,000 documents that were all firsthand accounts of Jesus Christ in history, and they all said that Jesus rose from the dead. Would you believe he rose from the dead?
I think it would be more if he came back, or if something happened in recency.
You're not answering my question. You're just kind of jumped to another point. Would you believe he rose from the dead?
Probably not. No.
Right. So then again, it doesn't matter because you're just inclined to not believe in a resurrection. Why are you inclined to not believe in a resurrection? It's because people don't rise from the dead and you haven't seen it?
Well, it more or less doesn't make sense to me.
What do you mean?
Like how is what I'm like? How did he rise from the dead?
Through divine intervention.
Yeah. What's your evidence for that?
Right. So again, it doesn't matter what evidence I bring forward because you're simply going to say I don't believe it because people don't rise from the dead. Do you understand?
Okay. So then what's your base then? Like what is supernatural to you and what is natural to you?
I don't believe there's a distinction between the two.
Okay. So you think. What do you? I'm confused on that take.
What is something that is natural? Define something that's natural.
Well, you do that.
So something that's natural is just within its nature. So if God exists, he would have a nature. So therefore he'd be natural. He'd exist in his natural state.
But isn't he also outside of nature?
So nature is just describing something's ontology.
Okay.
God would have an ontology. So therefore God has a nature. So therefore God is in nature. Nature is just a descriptive thing of things that exist.
Yeah, but I don't know, like based on like from talking to different Christians, I used to be a Christian when I was younger, but like when it comes to God, it's most of the people would tell me that like he can't be characterized, like he doesn't have a nature because he's outside of nature.
I've never heard a Christian say that. Can you quote me a single like prominent Christian in history that said that?
Oh, it's not. There is none. There's no. I haven't heard it from a prominent Christian. I mean, every Christian is going to say they're prominent.
Yeah, yeah. I don't care what Lily said before she went to church, and she's never read the Bible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I called in. I was trying to get your understanding of it.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm just saying Christians say a lot of wild things, and they never read the Bible. Watch this, guys. I'm not rebuking you. How many Christians in this chat have not read the entirety of Scripture? And I'm not rebuking because I don't think you have to read the entirety of Scripture to be a good Christian. Yeah, we've got quite a few in there. A lot of Christians. I haven't. Me. I haven't. I have not read it. One guy said I've read it a couple times. Haven't. Me. Yo. I'm getting so. Yeah, just because a lot of Christians who all they get their information from is what Pastor Steve says on Sunday, says something doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, yeah, and that's the other thing that gets me. Not to go off topic again, but like, if Christianity had like a concrete, like a more broad, not broad, like a more specific understanding, like most people all understood the same thing, I think it would be a lot easier to
Okay.
have these
Do you believe
conversations.
in evolution?
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, it's
which
true.
model of evolution do you hold to?
Darwin's probably.
Darwin's model of evolution has been debunked. Right, there are about 7 new models of evolution, and they all disregard Darwin, saying it's missing information. That it was a good starting block, but no prominent biologist or scientist holds to Darwin's model anymore. So there's about 7 new models of evolution. I can disregard evolution, say I don't believe in it, because yeah, it'd make more sense if they all just agreed on a certain model.
Well, I mean, we're talking about 7, not over a billion.
There's not over a billion. There's about 300 different ecclesiastical differences in Christianity, and these are tertiary concepts, not core concepts.
Well, I'm talking about like everyone's unique relationship with God. It's all different. You're never going to get the same exact thing every single time. Yeah, you can ask a billion people.
Everybody asks about evolution. I don't get the exact same story either. So.
Well, yeah, but that is understood by like scientists, people that understand that.
Which model?
And the most recent and the most tried model.
Yeah, so there's about 7 of them. Which one?
I don't. Or do you know what their names are? I'm not sure what their names are.
Not off the top of my head. Not off the top of my head.
It's not even like it's considered a theory. It's in name a theory, but it's not a theory anymore. Like it's literally proven.
Yeah, which model?
It's irrelevant what the name of the model is.
Well, if there's 7 different models and they all can't be true, which one is the proven one and the true one?
Oh, there's probably truth in a lot of them. I'm sure.
Okay, so then I could say the same thing. I could say the same thing about Christian denominations. There's probably a truth in a lot of them.
Well, yeah, but it's not concretely true down to the bottom. Evolution is not saying it's not going and saying, oh, evolution is true. It's almost like they want to prove it wrong. They're trying to understand it. It's not like they're sitting on a statue or a platform and saying, hey,
so what you're doing is, it's called poisoning the well, right? What you're doing is you're saying that we can't trust this information because of people's intent rather than looking at the data itself. Right? It doesn't matter what people's intent are, right? Are you going to say that aren't you going to say that there aren't some like devout atheists that are dedicated to proving evolution simply because they think it disproves Christianity?
To be honest, I don't think evolution and Christianity are mutually exclusive.
I don't think so either. But there are a lot of people that do.
Okay, well, even that, I mean, it's all just opinions at this point.
Right, but my question still remains. Do you not think that there are going to be some sort of biologists that have committed their life to proving evolution simply to disprove Christianity because they think it does?
Oh, I'm sure many people have done that.
I know.
And we'll do that in the future.
I've talked to them. I've also met biblical scholars that have dedicated their life to studying the Bible specifically to try to disprove Christianity because they don't like the identity politics in it. So you can point at biases on all sides. So simply pointing at a Christian bias doesn't do anything.
All right. Well, you don't wait. Are you saying you don't believe in evolution, or you don't believe it's true?
I'm agnostic towards evolution.
Okay, that's fair. At least taking the neutral position is at least respectable.
I used to believe in evolution, and then I started looking into it, and I'm like, this is actually not as convincing as I thought it was. So now I'm agnostic until I've had time to study it more.
All right, we don't got to get into it, but what specifically, just like one little tidbit, what drove you away from believing in evolution?
So there seems to be a lot of correlation as causation fallacies, and just a huge bunch of like logical leaps. So for example, you have to conclude that all life comes from the same source, because we share 40% of our DNA with a banana.
Yeah.
So there's like this big leap that happens there. I don't think my ancestor or my cousin is a banana.
Well, yeah, I mean, it happens over billions of years.
Yeah. So the banana would be, or through billions of years, my great add for whatever my cousin. And so therefore every time I eat a banana, I'm committing cannibalism, and also some sort of family type of cannibalism and this just seems like a logical leap to me. And then also the time frame doesn't seem to work out. This is another thing that I noticed. So the time that it would take for evolution to like make an eyeball doesn't seem to pan out mathematically. It seems like it would need more time than it actually had.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard that about the eyeball. I don't even know what that is, but I don't understand what do you mean by like just because a banana shares some DNA with us? I mean, we share DNA with even trees.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that's the conclusion through evolution is that literally everything that lives is our ancestor or our distant cousin, and it
right.
just seems to be logical leaps because like they come to the conclusion by looking at DNA. So they, for example, they say, well, we have close ancestor with Neanderthal because we share a closer amount of DNA with them, but I say we also share that DNA with a banana. So how are you saying that we have a closer ancestor with Neanderthal because of that? And it just seems to me that there are building blocks in life, and we're all made from the same 4 building blocks in the whole universe. So I just don't know why I can't jump to the conclusion that we're all just built from, everything's just built from the same building blocks. That doesn't mean we all necessarily came from the same thing. And again, I'm not against evolution. If somebody comes up with a really good argument, probably one of the best arguments I've heard for evolution is certain diseases being implanted. So like a great ancestor will get a disease, and then that will carry on down from generation to generation, and we could see that in their DNA. I think that's probably one of the best arguments I've seen. But the problem is those are all within the same breed. So like we can go back to Neanderthal, but Neanderthal could mate with Homo sapien. So it seems to be within the same species.
And they did.
Yeah.
In Europe.
Yeah.
That's
how we ended up with Americans.
Right. Unfortunately. But going back to the banana and like the millions of years it takes from the first form of life, whatever it is, probably like something the size of an amoeba. It all just depends on what environment they're in. Do you not agree with that?
Well, I'm saying now here's where I'm going to ask you, because like your part is being testable and repeatable. Can you show me the testable and repeatable aspects of getting an amoeba to me?
Well, no, not in this time frame. It takes that long. It wouldn't be
Right.
if me and you both lived for 4 billion years and we had the attention span to care about this banana for that long. I mean, yeah,
Right,
we could definitely see it probably.
Right. So you're making a logical leap there, and you still haven't given me the distinction between supernatural and natural. And it seems based off your definition that evolution would have to be considered supernatural.
When you say logical leap, what do you mean by that?
That there's like missing links, so to speak. You're kind of making big jumps.
But I've never heard there may be a few missing links, but they could, if you have a road that goes from point A to point B and somewhere 20-30% on the way,
but I feel like
isn't
you're
a
not
road
answering.
anymore.
I feel like you're not answering my question. Why isn't evolution supernatural?
Because it's accepted by the scientific community.
Well, that's just an appeal to authority.
I mean, they're right though. It doesn't matter.
It's still just an appeal to
authority
authority.
or
I'm
not.
interested in the argument between the distinction between natural and supernatural here, because again, everything that you've said that makes something supernatural seems to fit the criteria for evolution.
Okay, well, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not trying to spin the topic away, but wouldn't you say that Christians are doing the exact same thing, appealing to authority?
In what case? Where did I appeal to authority?
You're believing in this so-called word of God that it actually happened.
Right. So an appeal to authority would be like Jesus rose from the dead because Pastor Dave told me so. That would be like an appeal to authority.
But instead, you're saying Paul told you so.
No, what I'm saying is that in history, that it seems like they're trying to record accurate and truthful information, right? And we take almost everything that we learn from history through testimony. And I have to ask the question, right? If they're trying to convey accurate and truthful information, what is the best hypothesis with the most explanatory power? And it seems to me when you lay everything down on the table, the best hypothesis is that Jesus actually rose from the dead, and has the most explanatory power and has the less complexities.
I don't understand how you come to that conclusion based on what I'd like to see what you read.
Right. So you kind of escaped the supernatural versus natural distinction and forcing me into an area where, again, if I showed you, because we went through this a million, like I'm not interested in going through all the evidence and spending an hour with it. If at the end of the day you're just going to say I'm not convinced because people don't rise from the dead.
Okay, well, then do you believe in the other miracles in the Bible as well?
Yes.
Like turning his blood into wine or water into wine or whatever it was.
Yes, I believe in the Eucharist, and I believe that still happens today.
You believe it still happens today, and
Yes.
the burning bush. I mean, I mean, there's just so many things that like I don't understand how, like, just because someone said it happened, like especially 2,000 years ago in the Middle East. At the same time in the Middle East, I mean, they were practicing mathematics in China. I don't
I don't
understand
understand
why.
why that's relevant, right? And your argument is just that somebody said it 2,000 years ago. Okay, well, you know what else they said happened 2,000 years ago? Hannibal crossed the Alps. Yet all scholars seem to agree that Hannibal did cross the Alps on elephants. But that just comes from testimony. And there's only two sources for the Hannibal crossing the Alps. There's one that's a contemporary, that's within 70 years of his lifetime. But the other source comes from 200 years after his lifetime. Yet collective of scholars seem to agree that Hannibal crossed the Alps. We have more data for Jesus' resurrection than that.
Yeah, I just don't understand how like the word of mouth testimony can get you that far.
So that's what we've been discussing this whole time, is because you're saying that I won't believe it because people don't rise from the dead, even if I provided you a million historical documents and we could put it right back to the person who wrote it, and we could say that they were actually trying to tell the truth, right? That they had the intent to tell the truth, that they weren't making it up, and then there's no contradictions within those a million documents. You would still say he didn't resurrect from the dead, and you haven't given me a reason why outside of people don't rise from the dead, and that just
Okay.
seems dogmatic.
I'll concede, and I'll say if it was tested, if it was written down millions of times and all this stuff, and it was perfect, and it wasn't there wasn't more than 4 or 5 contradictions across all those, then yeah, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't even be up to me. I would just believe it like as society believes it.
So you would concede that people rise from the dead at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. So where is the line? Is it specifically that line then? You need a million documents? Because we have nothing in contemporary history that has a million documents.
I just don't understand. Like basically, my whole throw everything else out. My whole thing is with all these supernatural things that happen in the Bible. Why are they? To me, it seems like a subjective matter. Like in present day,
The supernatural thing, like Jesus preaching.
I mean, he may have preached. I don't think that's
but is that okay? So, but that's the problem. I'm still trying to get you to do. I'm still trying to get you to give me the distinguishing, the methodology in which one uses to determine supernatural. Because if all it is just some things I haven't seen, well, you're going to have a whole bunch of problems.
Okay, I think turning Mountain Dew into Coke is supernatural.
Yeah, that's an example, not a methodology.
Okay, well, help me, because I haven't really ever asked myself this. Help me. What does that mean?
So you need an actual method, a criteria to determine whether something is supernatural or natural. I don't believe that there's a distinction, so I can't give you a criteria because I don't think there is a distinction. I think there is simply the natural, and that would include these miraculous events that we're talking about. But you're giving examples of just things I haven't seen it before, so therefore it's supernatural.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. But if it happened one time, I don't understand how that could be.
The moon landing only happened once. Is that supernatural?
No, they went there multiple times.
We've only went to the moon once.
There's at least 2 manned missions to the moon, and we've went up there with just rockets before.
We've only landed on the moon once.
That's not true.
Can you give me the second time we've landed and walked on the moon?
Yeah. You still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, there's a total of 6 successful crew missions that landed on the moon between 1969 and 1972. Apollo 11 was the first, followed by Apollo 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17. These missions brought a total of 12 astronauts to walk on the lunar surface.
Oh, this is news to me. Says 12 astronauts walked on the moon. Wow. Why isn't this more common information? Okay,
Honestly,
fair
I
enough.
think the same thing. I think the
Fair
same
enough.
thing. It's
I thought we only landed on the moon once. Apparently, we have landed more times. Okay, so then let's just take it like this. Apollo 11, which happened in 1969, right? And then the second one was 1971. So between 1969 and 1971, was it a supernatural event?
no.
Okay, but it only happened once.
Yeah, but like we were all there and we all saw it. I mean, me and you weren't there, but like it's
Okay,
documented.
so again, you're just saying it happened once, so therefore it's supernatural. So I still need a methodology to determine supernatural events. Because so far it just seems to be I haven't seen it, so therefore it's supernatural. But then I can give you a whole bunch of natural things you haven't seen, but you wouldn't say it's supernatural.
All right,
so.
I get what you're saying. I just don't understand how you could come to like landing on the moon. I get what you're saying because before we went to the moon, before the USSR launched Sputnik, before we even had any thought of going to space, I agree. People weren't even thinking about space. I mean, this is getting into more like of a political lens because like we only went there because of like, you know, the Cold War, et cetera, et cetera. There's more things to it. So like it's so intertwined with like the geopolitical like spectrum that
I just want to interrupt
like,
you real quick because I think this is funny. We have 666 viewers. Satan has blessed the lie. All right, go ahead, bro.
That was basically it. I just think like the moon landing isn't like since there's so many people, like it was so like 2,000 years ago there wasn't more than a billion people on this planet. I'm not saying that like the number of people really has anything to do with it, but it's just so universally understood that like there's not even like a need to like define it as supernatural or natural. Like when we're talking about like rising from the dead, I mean like my grandfather passed away like 3 years ago. He died. It would have been nice for him to rise from the dead, but he didn't. Everyone I know that has died has not risen from the dead.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so again, your argument is I don't see it, so therefore it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to I don't know the words for it. I don't understand how you could be. I'm not saying you're so confident. I'm not saying how are you like why is that enough?
Yeah, because it has the most explanatory power. Right? Because when we look at history, when we there's that Sherlock Holmes quote, if you remove all other possibilities, whatever's left, no matter how improbable, must be true, right? And the resurrection is the simplest explanation, right? It has no unnecessary complexities, and it's what you would expect to see considering all the events that happen in history.
What do you mean we would expect to see that?
So, for example, you would expect, and I'm going to bring this up because we were talking about this earlier. We have 3 confirmed martyrs from Christianity, and this is not people die, so therefore it's true. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because they were martyred, because they died for this claim, they genuinely believed it true. It's true, and this is what you would expect to see if Jesus actually rose from the dead, as people willing to die on the belief that he genuinely rose from the dead. So that's something that you would expect to see. We also see from writings from like Pliny that talk about the fact that Christians refused to stop worshiping Christ and give worship to other gods or pagan gods. They didn't even have to stop worshiping Christ. They just had to give worship to other pagan gods, and they would have been fine. This is also what you'd expect to see. You also see writings that say that Christians were being persecuted and burnt alive for being cannibals, and this comes from the belief of the Eucharist, that Jesus actually presented himself in the blood and wine, and this was pretty early that this happened. So this would have been the lifetime of the apostles, maybe slightly after, because and depending how old the apostles were when they knew Jesus. This is also what you'd expect to see if Jesus resurrected from the dead. And you'd also expect to see all the events that happened within the Gospels and with the epistles, Paul's conversion. These are all things that you would expect to see if he actually resurrected from the dead. There's even this thing called the minimal facts argument. I'm not a big fan of it, but there's a collection of things that all scholars agree on looking at history. Jesus Christ was crucified. Jesus Christ was crucified under Pontius Pilate. He had 12 apostles. John the Baptist was real. And the tomb was most likely empty. Now, some scholars do disagree about the emptiness of the tomb, but it seems to be driving more towards the consensus that the tomb was actually empty. The followers genuinely believed that they saw him rise from the dead and were genuinely believed that they were under threat from that. These are all things that you would expect to see under that. Now we can get into more of like a maximal data case that would show that these gospels are trustworthy and are actually in the time period and are not a later legendary development mythos. So there'd be a lot of evidence that we can go through, but it doesn't matter if at the end of the day, your argument's always going to be, well, dead people stay dead.
Okay, but isn't all of that correlation equaling causation? Like,
No.
really though?
No.
How is it not? How
is it?
Because you're saying all these things occurred, so it's pointing to that this event had to happen if all these events are occurring or have occurred.
What I'm saying is it's the hypothesis that has the best explanatory power, right? Unless you can provide a counter hypothesis. So, for example, between this debate between Bart Ehrman and William Lane Craig, Bart Ehrman brought up a counter hypothesis that Jesus had a twin brother, but he had the caveat with that. At the end of it, he says, do I think Jesus had a twin brother? No. Do I think there's any evidence towards him having a twin brother? No. But I think it's more likely than people resurrecting from the dead. So he literally brought up a hypothesis that had no data to try to explain away the hypothesis that he actually resurrected from the dead.
Yeah, I mean, I could, but can't you just say the exact same thing for evolution?
What?
If the same thing occur, like if the same kind of like path is being taken for Christianity, could you not take the same path for evolution? Could you not like say,
right?
okay,
I haven't looked at all the data for evolution. That's why I'm agnostic. Right? I haven't said no to evolution. Like I could 100% be convinced if somebody come up and gave me a good solid amount, it gave me a hypothesis that I had the best explanation for the power or for the data. Sorry. Yeah, I would probably say evolution is true. I just haven't looked into it that deep. And I said I shifted away because when I started looking, I didn't find the evidence that convincing.
all right, well, unfortunately, my phone is at 4% and I'm at work away from a charger. So, how about this? I'm gonna look more into. Could you like possibly tell me something to like look into to like see it from your perspective?
You can start by reading Peter J. Williams' Can We Trust the Gospels? It's a very short book, and that's probably going to be your best source on whether or not it's historically reliable for evidence. As for everything else I'm talking about, you're going to have to read like Philosophy of Science.
Okay, I read Genesis, but I stopped. I don't know. But anyway, I urge you to look more into evolution too, because I think it's true. I don't really have all the beautiful words for it, but
one day I might. I don't really care enough if it is true or it's not. So one day if I have the time, I will. But I think there are other things that are more important to my study right now.
All right. Well, I don't know. Good talking to you. I don't really know.
You too, man. You're a great interlocutor, a kind guy, and I wish you nothing but the best. And I thank you for the conversation.
You as well. All right. Well, peace out.
Abby, thank God he's gone. I gotta use the washroom.
Wow, you must have been drinking a lot of liquid today.
Well, yeah, I drank a liter of water and a cup of coffee.
Oh, good job.
Okay, so I gotta get my water intake for the day.
That's not enough water for the day.
I didn't say I was done.
It is hard to drink enough water. The amount of water that you're supposed to drink is it's hard to get down. So I got this cup. Ugh. I don't think you're only supposed to drink water when you're thirsty because I think when you're thirsty, it's too late. Because there's times where I'm not thirsty at all, like all day. But I know I need to drink water. Throw the spinner at John like a throwing star. That one I could do. He didn't come in.
You want to pop?
No thanks. Ah!
Why'd you do that?
I missed.
Why'd you do it?
Somebody told me to.
Did they pay you?
No.
Well, then don't do it.
You don't gotta pay me to try to hit you. But I got bad aim.
Let's get through some super chats before we bring in the next guest. And it's Pop, fight me. Okay. Rio coming in. Appreciate you, bro. Brandon coming in with 199 says, I'm just a guy. Fair enough. Wappa Chop, if we could replicate abiogenesis, would this affect your faith? And if not, why? If so, how? Science is always progressing. Could it be a matter of time? No, it would not affect my faith. It wouldn't change it at all. I think abiogenesis is just a good reference for when people are trying to bring up the supernatural versus natural distinction, because we don't test it, we don't repeat it, we haven't done it in a lab. Yeah, they would say it's natural and it's the best hypothesis considering the data. So I just use it as a distinction, but I have no issues with abiogenesis at all. And I think in the future, it's something that we probably will be able to replicate. So JJ Gaming came in with 999, says, people have risen from the dead in modern times. Example, people being declared fully brain dead and a few days later have seemingly come back to life. Yes, this is the case. I do think there is more than one resurrection. This has happened throughout history and been recorded, but everybody always says, hey, there's reasons to not believe it, reasons to disregard it. And usually the argument comes to, well, people don't rise from the dead. Well, Dr. Craig Williams? No. Oh, Garrett came in.
I'm at work while listening today, sadly, but money, dollar bills, face emoji, money, dollar bills, face emoji, money, dollar bills, face emoji.
Thank you. Money, appreciate you, sir. What was I saying? Anyways, he wrote an entire book on miracles. I'm forgetting his name now. He notes about 80 resurrections throughout history, people rising from the dead. We also have accounts of people having miraculous events happening nowadays, but everybody always says they're paid actors or it was some sort of priming or something going on. So if your only argument is, well, it doesn't happen, therefore it doesn't happen, I'll never be able to convince you, no matter how many times it happens. Jimmy Spice came in 279, Christians against Bannibalism? Banana. I get it. That took me a second. That was pretty good. Brady came in with 1999, says India already has a 7-Eleven on the moon. There's an old Canadian joke about Newfies, if anybody knows this. He says, when the first man went to the moon, there was a Newfie with a lunchbox waiting for a ride home. That probably is only funny to Canadians. So Jimmy Space came in with 699. You expect me to take a testimony of 12 moon apostles at face value? Sounds a bit far-fetched. That's funny, inaccurate, but funny. Because obviously they had everybody that's working and at mission control witnessing that's going on as well. But that is funny. That's a good one. Butterfly sent a heart. Thank you. Xavier came in with $1.99. Says, never about logic, just bias against supernatural. And they get a price with that money, money, money. I'm at work thing. That was hilarious. That was good. All right, guys, how we doing? Everybody doing good in the chat? Do we want to keep going? What time do we got? Oh my God, I got to deal with you guys for another hour. Is it worth it? I don't know. Abby, what do you think?
I think so.
You think it's worth dealing with
Also,
these heathens?
Brady's was funny because he was like, "It's not working," but he was a cent short from it reading it out loud.
The 1999, yeah, doesn't work. It's got to be 20. Maybe I'll change it. I'll go change it to 1999 right now, so that way it comes through for everyone. That does 1999. So I apologize for that.
Why is it 1999?
I don't know.
Like, why is that a thing? I don't understand.
I don't know. I will edit it right now, so it's that. Settings, super chats, minimum amounts, 1999, and save. That should fix it now.
Oh, it drops a cent apparently when you send it with an iOS app.
Okay, yeah, so it should work for you guys now. I apologize for the inconvenience. And then Wix, just send $2.99. Thank you for your donation. It always throws me off because I think you guys are saying that, and I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? All right, let's bring up another. Yeah, 1999 is just spiteful. Like 1 cent off, and you didn't get to have it come up. I apologize for everybody who did that. That's my bad. Let's bring up a new guest.
There's only one. Sorry, Brady.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Kevin. Kevin. I like the name Kevin. God bless. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You are my fire, my sweet desire. I want it that way.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
Tell me why.
I never want to hear you say,
I want it that way.
heck yeah. Let's do it.
We do that quite often.
Benjamin, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Test 1 2, test 1 2. I don't think it's going to work if you're listening through the stream because we're going to be super delayed. Yeah, what I'm saying is if you're listening through this, no, no, it's way off. It's like 2 minutes off. Okay, it's probably something on your end because everything on my end is working. I can see it.
Maybe if he leaves and comes back.
I wouldn't be able to have him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll lose your spot.
I know you guys can't hear him. I haven't brought him in yet. Do you have me muted by chance?
I think I hear a baby.
All right. Well, I apologize.
I knew it.
Well, I do apologize. Maybe one day, but this is the safest methods I've had for trolls. All right. God bless, man.
That's too bad.
Too bad. He did seem like a nice guy, but it was really delayed.
Yeah.
Like I was really off. Mm-hmm. I want it that way. I think we got a bunch of trolls because I just went through like 10 people that weren't able to come up. I don't know how to say her name. Wildislaw Zibiganu. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Walaidslaw Zibiganu. Walaidslaw Zibiganu. All right, man. God bless. There's no way we're going to go through everybody already. Shlakshinovkov. Yeah, yes. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Awesome. How old are you? All right, let me bring you in. All right, man. Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
What?
And then he just left.
What?
Okay, let's try another one. Felipe. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right. What'd I do?
I think it's Philippe.
All right, man.
Yeah,
Jesus
Philippe.
rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Oh, that's fine, bro. I don't think he rose from the dead because, like, I mean, I didn't read the Bible or something, but he didn't do anything like after, right?
I'm sorry?
Like, he didn't go back, get revenge or something. Like Jesus.
Wait, so
Like,
so
he got crucified.
your argument is that he didn't go get his revenge, so it didn't happen?
No, but like he didn't do anything. Like he didn't make everyone like happy or something. He didn't stop all wars.
I don't understand your argument.
What do you mean, bro? Like, I mean, why do you think he came back from the dead? Because like the Bible says so, but what else?
Yeah, sure, the Bible says so.
No, but like what else?
The Bible says so.
Okay, dude. But I mean, you're laughing, bro.
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of giving you the same kind of argument you're giving me, right? Like,
I think also, yeah, you're a master debater, bro. I'm just some fucking guy.
I'm not a master debater. At least not right now.
Yes, you are, bro. You do it every day.
When my wife goes on holidays, we'll see.
So, what do you mean?
No, nothing, man.
Like, I mean, you could probably like debate that a pigeon is a human, and I would still lose to you.
No, I don't think so, man. I'm not that good.
Yes, you can, bro.
But I appreciate the
You're
compliment.
goated, man.
Appreciate the compliment.
Okay. No, like, wait, what else is there to believe, like, to make you believe, like, God is real? Like, they say, like, I didn't feel like 500 people testify or something, but I don't really
Yeah,
get
so
that.
I don't really use the 500 witnesses because we don't have access to them. I'd say we have 21 eyewitnesses throughout the scripture.
Like, they saw him come back from the dead?
Yeah, so we have 21 eyewitnesses that saw him come back from the dead.
Like, were they camping at the gates, or what happened exactly?
I'm sorry?
Like, were they camping at, like, the tomb of him?
Were they camping there? No,
This one
but
day,
they all,
I think,
but
like,
they
he
all
came
saw
out.
they all
He
saw
also
him
died.
post resurrection.
Oh. So what did he do after? Like, did he move to India or something?
No, he ascended to heaven. So he hung out for 40 days and 40 nights, as noted in Acts, and then after that he ascended into heaven in his glorified body.
Okay. And what did he do in heaven?
He's reigning. So he's our king.
He reigned?
He's reigning.
Oh, he's like the CEO, the boss man.
Yeah, CEO of everything.
Okay. And like, I mean, one other thing, like, why do bad things still happen? Like, we had the Holocaust, we have what's happening in Gaza now.
Well, it's kind of
Like,
a different question,
why
right?
can't he stop it?
That's a different question.
But,
Yeah.
you know.
So you
And
can
it's still
see
a
he rose
question.
from the dead?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
W.
I feel like he's just doing a
Jesus
good
rose
job
from the
after.
dead. But he's not doing a good job. That's probably the best argument I've ever heard. I'm not even coming at you like that was pretty good, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Jesus rose from the dead. He's just not doing too good of a job right now. Okay. So, basically, you're bringing up the problem of evil, right? How could God exist if there's evil?
Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately, at the end of the day, God is justified in allowing evil because he destroys it, and the presence of evil allows for meaning making.
Okay, but when does he destroy it?
When we
Like
become
at the end of some
sanctified.
people's life, like
When we're in the process of
oh,
becoming
like after you
sanctified.
die.
So it's in the process of becoming sanctified. So eventually we become beings that will exist in a world that just doesn't have evil, because we will learn to operate in a better way.
Okay, and what is there to do in that world? Like have fun, drink alcohol, or
No, we'll still have tasks and things to
like
do.
no evil. That's all. There's plenty of things to do.
Well, no. So it's not that just evil ceases to exist. Evil doesn't exist. It's not a thing that has ontological properties. It's the negation of what is good. So it's the absence of goodness, right? So we will be beings that will seek out goodness internally just because of our nature. But that doesn't mean that we won't have things to do. God, we have a whole universe that's out there. It's very possible that we'll spend our time exploring the universe, making it
Like
grow,
our
making it
universe.
prosper. We may even find other beings that are experiencing enduring evil and help them in their process in their positions to move towards sanctification. We ultimately don't know at the end of the day what we're going to be doing, but it's not just us sitting on coffee break.
Okay. And like these other beings, do they also have their own Jesus or like the same Jesus? Like did they also go there?
I just gave that as like, I'm not saying it's actually what's going to happen. I'm just saying it could be a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. So, but like we don't just leave this world, we still do shit in this world, but without evil somehow, or not?
Well, this world will be made anew, and the reason we won't have evil is because we will be beings that operate in non-evil ways.
So, like, who decides what's evil and what's not? Then
It's not just about decision, right? It's about like a state of property. So, for example, when's the last time you purposely touched a hot stove?
actually, I've never done that.
Right. Okay. Why have you never purposely touched a hot stove?
Because it hurts.
Right, because it's not a good thing, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
sometimes it's kind of tough to do like things that hurt, like working out and stuff.
Yeah. So, in the process of sanctification, is it not logically possible that we just become beings that don't touch the hot stove anymore?
Wait, why don't we become beings that can like handle touching the hot stove? I feel like that's
Yeah,
cooler.
that we just don't touch the hot stove because we know, right, the consequence.
You said we become beings that don't touch it.
So we in the process of
So not-
sanctification, we learn and grow, and so eventually we learn to be beings that no longer touch the hot stove. The hot stove is a metaphor here.
Is sanctification like growing up?
Kind of, yeah, sure.
It's like I feel like now you learn to not touch the hot stove when you grow up. Like your parents teach you.
Yeah, so you learn not to touch the hot stove.
Like-
So you don't touch the hot stove. That doesn't mean that it's not logically possible that you couldn't touch a hot stove.
Yeah. Okay, so when is this like happening? When is Jesus coming back?
I don't know.
I feel like the first people, like his first followers, they kind of got scammed, no? Because like they believed he was going to come back in their lifetime, then he just didn't come.
Oh, he did, right? I'm a partial preterist. So Jesus did come back in their lifetime, but he came back with judgment. He came back to destroy the temple.
He came back to fuck with them. That's kind of...
No, to destroy the temple because they rejected
to destroy
him.
the temple. Like, what did the temple do to Jesus?
Because I like this guy. Okay. Oh. So the temple. Hold on. All right. So the temple was the dwelling place of God, right? It was the holy of holies. That was where you would go to interact with God. Israel spent their time rejecting God, rejecting the Messiah, and so He made the temple the body, right? The body of the Christian. So the Christian is they accept Jesus. They are the new temple.
Israel again.
So the temple was no longer needed, and as a symbolic gesture of removing that covenant that was made between God and Israel, he destroyed the temple.
Okay. So like the new churches, they are good. They don't have to be destroyed.
The what?
The new churches, like in Europe and shit.
Well, they're just places of worship and communion.
Yeah, they also look kind of good. Like they make my city better.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like now. Not many people go to worship there anymore, and that's kind of sad. Like for you, I guess.
Yeah, you should go.
Yeah, that's. I mean, in my country, like I live in Belgium. Like none of the young people, maybe like 1 in 20 or something. Only 1 in 20 is like still believing in God.
Yeah, so you should go. Go fix
then
that
I feel
problem.
like kind
And
of
bring
an
some of your
outcast, you know?
friends. Huh?
I feel like kind of see. I don't want to stand out. I don't like being special.
Well, you won't be special. That's the point of church, is you're not special.
Yeah, but like if I go to church in like India or something, then I am special.
Why?
I guess here too, because nobody else does it there.
That doesn't make you special. It makes you a loner.
Or a
Like
hipster.
if I'm the only person in my neighborhood sleeping in a box, does that make me special?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. It makes you unique.
Well, I mean, we're all unique to that extent, sure.
Yeah, but super unique. Like just some Japanese salaryman. He's not very unique, you know.
All right, man. All right. Well, I think we're just kind of yapping at this point. Was there any like other
Yeah, I
contention
guess
you wanted to
that's
bring
it.
up?
I have fun debating other people and winning, I guess.
All right, man. God,
By the way, wait,
God bless.
one more thing. Like,
Sure.
what about like gay people and stuff? Because
I
like,
can't
the
talk
Bible,
about. I can't talk
mean,
about
some-
it. Can't talk about it. Not allowed.
Why not? It's like
Because
a
I'll get
dangerous
banned.
topic.
Yeah, I'll get banned, shot, and thrown out
So
of a
it's
tree.
you have a negative view towards gay people, I guess.
I just can't talk about the topic. Every
I
time
mean,
I've talked
seen
about the
people- I've
topic,
seen
I
Ben
get banned.
Shapiro on YouTube. He talks about gay people.
Well, I'm also on TikTok.
I mean, I've seen homophobia on TikTok.
I gotta go. God bless.
Okay, goodbye.
I can't talk about it. Well, let me talk about it some more. Oh, I keep forgetting to ask atheists the thing.
Oh no.
I'm never gonna get that video done because I forget every single live.
Yeah.
Can I pay you not to sing? Yes. Yeah. Actually, you know what? We're gonna introduce a Patreon. By the way, guys, go subscribe to my Patreon. We got some good stuff there. We do daily devotionals every day, Monday through Friday, if you subscribe, and also access to our hangout sessions afterwards if you want to see those. There's good reasons to join that. But yeah, we'll add a new Patreon thing where it's like pay for John not to sing. And if we have a certain amount of subscribers, I won't sing. But if we go under that amount of subscribers, I will sing every single live. Mitchell came in with $10, says, good morning, John, Abby, and chat. Late, but I made it. We always love having you here, Mitchell. Thank you so much. Jimmy Space came in with $6.99, says, I keep hearing Muslims talk about the rules, why they can't eat pork. They keep mentioning the old ham deli law. What?
Oh, say it fast.
Yeah, I get alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
I wanted to do this one earlier. Jesus's top 2 enemies, temples and fig trees. Don't mess with Christ, man. He
I like Jimmy Space. He's funny.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got some people who are good. Listen, I have to say, my current list of followers compared to like my last generation of followers have a way better sense of humor. Way better. I couldn't say nothing without getting that's not very Christ-like. That's not very Christ-like, John. Superman or Goku? Goku. Goku takes out Superman. It depends though. It depends. If we go like Superman where he reaches like gold status, then Superman, because he literally could destroy the whole universe. You hear that sigh that Abby?
Superman's so boring.
Superman is the worst superhero. The worst superhero. Oh, look at me. I'm perfect.
It's quite literal. Zero character development.
I'm handsome. My hair curls perfectly. I can't be harmed by anything. And yeah, I'm just amazing at all things at all times. Yeah, I'm Superman. Worst superhero ever. Goku Ultra Instinct, though, that's got character. That's got character. Mm-hmm. My fire, my sweet desire. Banana bam. Banana. Banana bam. Bam, 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 bam. Banana bam. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I can hear you, but you
Whoa.
sound like you're talking through 7 socks. All right, man. God bless.
That was like Loki. Can you hear me or not?
Can you hear me? Oh. You merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it. I did see the light until I was a man. Best movies in the world, by the way. Fight me on that one.
That's a fun fact. I wonder if you've ever shared that before.
Those are my favorite movies.
Yeah.
Benjamin, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? You can hear me now. Awesome.
Yay!
Awesome. Let's bring you in. All right, bro. Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. I actually found your channel like a month or two ago and tried to call in then, didn't get in, but I just found you again today. But I heard you. I called in because I heard you talking about a few other topics, but we can do this one if you want.
Well, what did you want to talk about? I made you wait. Like, I can be a nice guy and see what you want to talk about.
Well,
also,
you
got a crispy mic. Are you a streamer?
I am not.
Okay, just
I
crispy
have
mic.
streamed before, do a little game development sometimes, but I'm not a streamer.
Okay.
Just a dude. I keep hearing that, right?
Just a dude. What did you want to talk about, though?
Well, I heard you talking about evolution, and what I actually appreciated was you said what you heard to be one of the most convincing arguments so far was about ancient diseases in our DNA. That's called retrovirus DNA.
Yep.
And I just wanted to say I appreciated that you brought that up. I think that is one of the most compelling bits of evidence that points to common ancestry between different species. Like specifically, I mean, it's in amongst all species, but that is a really clear bit of evidence showing that humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor.
And because we have the same virus.
Because we have the same retrovirus insertions in the exact same locations in our DNA and theirs. Like there are some which we have that they don't have, and some they have that we don't have, which we would expect those to have been inserted after our ancestry split.
So are you saying we have that missing link, right? We have the ancestor between the two of us? Because we'd have to know where the retrovirus implanted.
So when you say the link, if you have a cousin, you have a grandparent, but your grandparent might be gone and you might not have their remains at all, but you can compare your DNA to your cousin's DNA and see where they overlap and where they are different. And you can see where DNA came in from a different family. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but again, the problem I see with that is I share DNA with a banana.
Yes. That's of a little bit of a different category. A lot of that is the building blocks. It's not exactly the same framework. We use a lot of the same proteins and stuff like that. But when we're talking about, let's say, human to human familial genetics, there's a broad structure that is almost all the same, right? And when you go from human to human, you have just small differences. When you go from humans to chimpanzees, the structure is still very much the same, but there are bigger differences. In the protein coding regions of the DNA, I believe humans and chimps are something like 98% similar. I'd have to double check that. And I think humans are like a little over, they're like 99.8 or something like that between each other. But humans are more similar to chimpanzees than gorillas are to other gorillas. So we are very, at least as far as just genetics goes, we are very closely related to chimpanzees.
Okay.
And the retrovirus DNA is a good bit of evidence for that because of the 1 in a million chance to ever have the same retrovirus insert in the exact same location.
But how do we know it's the exact same location?
Because the surrounding DNA structure is the same. So like if you have a bit.
Oh,
of
so you're
the
saying it's the
DNA
same
that-
location within the DNA?
Yes, between
Okay.
the humans and the chimpanzees.
Okay. So retrovirus, when it implants, like if I have the same retrovirus and I implant it in location A and then implant it location B, are those going to be in two different places in the DNA, or is it going to be in the same place?
Those are two different locations.
Well, but we're talking
here's an
about in the
example.
DNA, not the individual, right? Because you're saying that's in the same place. Like if I take that retrovirus and I have monkey A has a child which is monkey B. In their DNA,
Okay.
that retrovirus is going to be in the same location.
Yes,
So if
yes.
I take that same type of retrovirus and I personally implant it into a monkey A and I personally implant it into monkey B, is it going to be in the same locations or different locations?
Different. You don't get, I mean, unless you used CRISPR or something to very surgically implant it. But the retroviruses are, they're not seeking out, a very specific spot amongst the whole genomes because they don't know what the genomes are. Viruses are really stupid. It's kind of like if you have a book, like the Bible or any book, a textbook, and you copied it. That's, reproduction. So every generation you get a photocopy, but maybe sometimes, sometimes you get lots of different variations. A letter got erased here. There's a printer smudge here. But if you're photocopying it, that's going to be in every subsequent photocopy thereafter. And you can then build a hierarchy. Let's say you've done this a million times and you've got billions of copies, right? I meant that in a forking way, but you have many different copies, and you have a Bible, and somebody else has a Bible. You can look and see, oh, what copying errors do you have in here, like photocopying errors? Oh, you've got the smudge. Oh, I don't have that smudge. Oh, okay. Well, they must have diverged at a different time or before or after that smudge was added. But
Okay, so what is a retrovirus?
a virus. So a virus can inject itself into your DNA to hijack it to reproduce itself. Usually, it just dies. But if it happens to inject itself into one of your reproductive cells, a sperm or an egg, or into a zygote, perhaps that has very few cells, but then the virus got in there and maybe got deactivated so that it doesn't actually produce a virus from every single cell of your body, then it's going to be in every cell of your body, including your children's, all of their cells, but it's deactivated. Or you
Wait,
have
is it in every
that can
cell
handle it.
or in different parts of the cells? Because it's like when we're looking at the DNA, you're saying it's in the exact specific location. My question, how are we determining this?
Let me go real quick back to the book example. So the retrovirus would be like a page got inserted into the book, but it's a random. It randomly got slipped in, right? And now it's in every copy after. But it was not placed in a very specific spot. It was just the virus got itself in. Now in the
so it's not in the
pilot,
same location in the DNA. It's not in the same spot every time.
When you photocopy the book, that extra page that you inserted or paragraph, it's going to be in the same spot in every photocopied copy. But another virus comes along.
But it's not in the same spot in the book.
In the subsequent copies, it will be.
So so if I have book that has the virus, right?
Yes.
Every book after that's been copied, it's going to
Yes.
be the exact same layout, including the virus, and a virus is always going to be on page 350.
Yes, that's correct. Now, more and different viruses will get inserted. They'll get inserted at different locations. I mean, the DNA is huge. People have printed it out. It's hundreds of times larger than like the Bible, for instance. But that's if
Well, more than 100. Like I forget who it is, but there's a famous Christian apologist who wrote an entire book on the DNA sequence. Your dad read that book. I'm trying to remember what it is. But like how the DNA sequence actually points towards the existence of God because of the complexities and how they're not connected. But I don't know enough about that to argue for that. But it's more than hundreds. It'd be trillions upon trillions of lines of code. So my question would be is like, how do we determine where it is?
Yeah. It's huge. Okay, so we have this insertion. We have various. There's a few hundreds. Actually, there's either hundreds or thousands of retroviruses in our DNA. I can't remember, but when we sequenced the DNA, there are telltale signs of like the beginning and the end of the virus. I can't remember if it is the telomeres and centromeres, or centromeres go in the center, but I forget if that's what the viruses have. They have something that kind of bookmarks, like this is the beginning of the virus, this is the end, and they have recognizable sequences as well. So when we read it, we say, "Whoa, oh, that's virus DNA." Now, sometimes they do get mutilated beyond the ability to recognize them, and they just look like the surrounding non-coding areas, but.
Just real quick, that person I was quoting was Dr. Stephen Myers. But I still feel like my question is not being answered. My question is, how do we determine where it is in the DNA?
When we read the DNA, we can identify the section which is the retrovirus DNA. Does that make sense?
But yeah, but that's what I'm asking. How do they do that? Because there's trillions and trillions of lines of code. Like, how do they always determine where it is?
We've sequenced the entire human genome, right? We've identified the patterns which are retrovirus DNAs. So like it's like running Control F on your Word document, right? You can find, it's a little bit fuzzier than that, pattern matching, but you can find the pattern which is retrovirus DNA. And are you asking then, how do we identify
I'm curious about the methodology, right? Because like what it seems to be is that you're giving me conclusions, and these conclusions sound fine, and it could very well be like, hey, that's awesome, but I need to know the methodology in which they do that to know if that there are any issues or criteria. I should say, hey, yeah, there's problems here.
That's a great question. Yeah. Absolutely. And I am unprepared for that. I'm not a biologist. I am a layperson who has done some study about this, and I don't want to. I won't say defer to the experts because they're experts, but. This would be a situation where I would need to see what the experts have said about these things. I don't know what their exact methodology was for sequencing the DNA and or identifying the retrovirus insertions.
Right. Yeah. So like I said, I think this retrovirus thing is a pretty solid argument, but I don't think I have enough to go off of to say yes. Right.
Understood. Yeah. Let's, if we can, trust it for a moment that that people who are doing this research have been able to accurately identify the retroviruses. Can we do that to continue?
Oh yeah, but even if I come to that conclusion, like yeah, retroviruses are implemented with us and continuing, there may be other chains of logic that have issues. So like I'm aware of like atheist philosophers that create issues. I don't have them personally because it's not my field of study and I don't care enough to dive into it. But I've heard of atheist philosophers bringing up problems with evolution logically. So I just have to know more about it before I can come to any sort of conclusions. So I'm in that situation right now where I'm so ignorant towards it that I don't know what to say.
Understood. I get it. I totally sympathize. And this is an area I would like to even know more about. But atheists. There are many different branches of philosophy around evolution, and what are the exact mechanisms. I mean, it's model refinement. Newton came up with a lot of great laws, but they actually aren't true. Or his concepts around gravity aren't true. They are approximately true for things that are about our size, moving at about our speeds. But when you get really small, when you get really big, when you get moving really fast, those formulas break down. But they are really pragmatically applicable to our everyday lives. It was only really noticed like when the planets weren't orbiting at the exact right speeds. He thought, wait, what's wrong with gravity out there? Or actually, I don't even know if he understood that something. I won't go into that. Hold on. Back to the evolution. Yes, there is different branches and refinements in the philosophy of evolution. But as far as the retrovirus DNA is concerned, what this is evidence for, it is something that is to be expected when you have diverging populations which have these telltale scars in their DNA, if you want to consider it like that. And every child then carries on their scars in the DNA. It's not really harmful most of the time. And sometimes mutations could eventually make part of like one of the proteins that was in the virus to be useful. I believe that has happened in at least one case, but it's still, that's a bad thing getting reused to be a good thing eventually, which is one of the mechanisms of evolution: duplicate, mutate. But anyway, so I appreciated that you mentioned that up front, and it is a great thing to look into.
Yeah, I fair, but the thing is, evolution doesn't change anything I believe in, right? If evolution is true,
Understood.
I'm still a Christian. I don't think
Yeah.
it changes anything. If evolution is false, I'm still a Christian. Like
Yeah.
the only reason I even talk about evolution is because most people come up and just like use that as a method into which to discredit Christians. Are there Christians out there that don't believe in evolution? They're a bunch of idiots and morons, and they just trust an old book. And most people don't even understand what evolution or why they believe it in the first place. They're like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
You are the most studied person that I've talked to about evolution up to this point. And I'm not
Oh,
saying, and that's yeah. And like, I'm not trying to insult you, but even you said I'm not familiar with the methodologies in which they implement this. So it seems to be most people just, when it comes to evolution, just appeal to testimony. And so that's the only reason I
Yeah.
ever really talk about it.
Yeah, it is a little bit unfortunate. I mean, in our world, we do have to take some things. We can't learn everything. I do
Sure.
love to understand how things work, and I try to figure it out, or learn from people who have figured it out. We all are living in a world. Sometimes we do just have to trust other people.
Mhm.
It's
I agree.
unfortunate when that trust breaks down, of course, but so
I-
one of the things that I found important, one of the things I have learned a little bit about this topic is because it is important to know some things that are contested, or try to form an informed position on things that are contested, because it will inform the way you create other beliefs, or the way your other beliefs are formed. For instance, flat earthers. Most people don't know the reasons why we believe the earth is round. We do just trust that it is. There are good reasons, and you can look them up. Maybe you have but if you don't have good reasons for why the earth is round, you might be presented with reasons why the earth is flat, which may
Mhm.
seem convincing if you don't have a good understanding. And if you're conspiracy minded, you might really fall down that rabbit hole. And that will then also influence the way you develop your Christian theology. I have known some Christian flat earthers, and their view of the world is very different from just a regular globe earth Christian. The
Yep.
world is a lot more conspiratorial. Everyone is out to get them. The government is evil and hiding the secret truths of Antarctica and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
And I was raised to be a staunch young earth creationist. And that was something I might have been in my 30s. I was just about to have children when I thought, I really should try to figure that one out. And I looked up some evidence. I listened to debates, and well, to be fair, I actually heard debates, and I went into the debates thinking, the earth is definitely young. But then I kept hearing poor arguments for it.
Yeah, well, I
And I
believe
think
in
there are
an
really good
old
reasons.
Earth. I believe in an
Okay.
old Earth. Yeah. So, and I don't think that is not compatible with Christianity. There are a lot of explanations for that. One of the ones I think is porous, but most Christians accept, is that, well, God made Adam when he was 30. He could have made the Earth when it was 4.5 billion.
Right. He could have, or maybe maybe the earth was here, and maybe Genesis, you just have to interpret Genesis differently. Or I mean, there's good evidence that shows
I
that
think-
Genesis was actually written by a neighboring group of Canaanites or
I
Babylonians.
disagree with that. We can debate
Oh,
on
okay,
that
okay.
one.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. So one of the things I think that Genesis, to be properly interpreted, it doesn't say in the beginning God began to create. Right. That's a translation that really ran rampant. A better translation, it says when God began to create. Right. And we could see it says he was already hovering over the waters and the mass.
Yeah.
And then it's this idea that he's forming things and he's operating things. So this isn't the beginning of creation in Genesis. I don't think it is, at least. And we also have the church fathers that appeal to the fact that not all of them, but a good portion of them appeal to the fact that Genesis was poetic, and we can see poetry in Genesis 1. Right? We see certain types of couplets with day 1 lining up with day 4, and on and so on and so forth. As for it coming from Canaanite beliefs, absolutely not. I've heard the arguments for that, and there is nothing except for correlation in that. All I attribute it to is a cultic competition, which does happen.
I think
in history.
part of that comes to also like the time period, or when the stories are dated from. Like if a similar correlated story comes from 1,000 or 500 years before the Genesis account, then maybe that is evidence that
no,
it was
it's evidence of one of two things. It's either appropriation or competition, and cultic competition is a very popular thing that happened in this time period, where it'd be like, no, it's not your God that does this, it's my God that does this. So
Oh, yeah,
I
absolutely.
fully agree that there is motifs that we see in the ancient Near East. So for example, when we see that the Holy Spirit is hovering over the waters, he's hovering over chaos. When we look at other Babylonian or Ugaritic texts, we see that the waters also represent chaos. So they all understood that the waters represent chaos. So the author is trying to convey that information too. There are certain distinctions that I think are really separate. So for example, we don't see anything in the Near East where they create ex nihilo. Only through the Bible do we see God creating from nothing. Right? Everything else is like they killed another god and out came from their spine, or is made through sex or violence or whatever. But only with the God of Israel do we see a God of love, a God of creating from nothing, of creating a perfect place with no problems. Every other God, it all starts off with problems and chaos. And so this would be like a big reason I don't think it's appropriation, yet more likely to be called the competition.
Okay. I understand. There's many things that I could, could be fun to banter about. I don't know. Do you want to just do a banter, or do you want to try to find substantive disagreements?
You can do whatever you want. Just leave your clothes on.
Do you think that the serpent lied, or did God lie?
So I think that God uses deception, but as in like to lie, to straight up tell like a lie, no. Now, when we're talking specifically of Genesis 1, I forget the scholar's name, and Than just entered the chat, so he'll probably remind me on this. There's a scholar that makes the argument that when it's talking about of that day you'll surely die, that it's not talking about that you will die that day, but it's more along the lines of a death sentence that has been given to you. And so when it's saying that you shall be like gods, what we see is that Eve firstly brings more on. Oh, it's a Jewish scholar that says this. Who is the name, Than, that said this? If you can remind me, because it's been a while since I looked at it. So we see Eve is the first one that adds on. So God said, do not eat from it. Then Eve says that we should not even touch it. And then the serpent doesn't lie per se, because the serpent says what is true, right? Like if you eat from it, you will be like God in knowing of good and evil. Now, scholars have noticed that in the ancient Near East that the serpent represents wisdom. And Robert Alter, sorry, I needed to think of it. So yeah, Robert Alter makes a note about this. So the serpent represents wisdom. So some people have argued that this isn't them entering into sin, so to speak, but more along the lines of them growing into their wisdom and being ready for knowledge. So I disagree with that interpretation, but I like to point it out that people do bring it forward. And so does the serpent lie? Well, yes and no, right? He tells the truth, but is going to end up with results that they don't want. So it is a deception, but it's like the best lies are always hidden with truth.
I think you would have to assume the motivations of the serpent to be malicious to have that interpretation that it was deceptive.
I don't think I need to, because in the context of the verse, what happens right after that is they start to suffer. The first thing they see is shame, right? Well, they see the shame in their body.
But the serpent could have been ignorant for all we know, right? The serpent just might have known, wait, what are you talking about? That's not going to happen. No, you're going to be like God. You're going to know good and evil.
Right.
And yes, they then do have the knowledge of their
But just think about that
nakedness.
sentence. Just think about that sentence. You will know of good and evil. What is he saying there?
Good question. What is good and evil?
Right. So before, they had no awareness of good and evil. They ate from the tree and then they were aware of their shame.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry, real quick. My daughter just is asking
you're good.
a question. What's up?
The daughter's like, why did the snake do it? The stupid snake.
Oh, yeah. I put her in the other bed.
Then I run out. Then I gave her unicorn to her.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
But I wanted to get up.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want to go color? Okay, you may.
Okay.
Can I paint?
Yes, you may. Okay, I'm back.
That was super cute.
Oh,
That
this
was
mic
super
picks up a
cute.
lot then.
Yeah. Let me just read this real quick. My buddy Than says, the serpent could have been ignorant. You got to ask what the intention of the authors were. You're looking at this like a drone footage. What did the author intend to communicate here? And that's kind of what I was going into when I was talking about what happened next, right? If we're looking at this as a narrative, right, where the author is trying to tell a story, what is being conveyed here, rather than looking at it through a camera and saying, what do I see?
Oh yeah, I understand there's an implication, at least with the context and framing that I've been raised with. I can see the implication that the serpent is the downfall, and the woman in this case is the downfall.
Damn women.
Yeah, well, I like them. When you read it with maybe I try to strip a little bit of that context away. Oh, pardon me, real quick. What's up, sweetheart? Oh, yeah, those are on the counter. I think you can if you use a stool. She wants to paint. Okay. If you take away some of the maybe loaded framing, I think that it seems more like God, for whatever reason, tells them not to eat of this tree, suspiciously puts it in front of them.
Yeah.
Then when they do, it seems like God gets angry. First, they notice that they're naked, but then after that, God gets mad at them and he punishes them. He curses the woman to have pain in childbirth and the man to toil in the fields.
Mhm.
It's not like that. Those were natural consequences of their actions. It seems more like spite, and at least that's maybe my interpretation. And
Right.
he also then drives them out of the garden so that they don't live forever like him and the other gods.
Right. And I think you're missing some context, though, because there's also the context of like they were naked. Well, who clothed them? It was God that clothed them. He put the clothes on them. He took care of them. So I wouldn't argue that this is spite and anger. I'd argue that this is more heartbreak and consequence. And because they've made their decision, that they want to be like God and they don't want to trust in God. And God says, okay, go forth, but this is the consequence for that. This is what it's like without me.
I could understand that if the consequences were natural consequences of the situation. I mean, God in this situation is very powerful.
I gotta pause you there.
Go ahead.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but just that statement that they were natural consequences. Like everything that exists is because of God's creation. So like any sort of pain, like pain simply exists because God allows it. So to say any sort of consequence is natural is kind of weird and redundant.
I think that I disagree, but we don't have to get into that quite yet.
Sure.
Of course, if you accept the framing that God created all of existence, then yes. I mean, if God formed existence after it already was happening, maybe it's different. Could God experience pain before he created it? I don't know. And maybe that would be interesting to get into. But as far as the garden, so I am a parent, and when I discipline my children, it is not, and I try not to ever do it because I want them to be hurting, like because I'm mad because they did something, but because I want to deter behavior and shape them into people who will, be good people, be work in the world in a beneficial way for themselves and others, and create stability, right?
Based.
And so God does these things. And I guess you can add whatever we all can add whatever interpretation we want to it, but it reads to me as if he is punishing them out of malice.
I wouldn't say it's out of malice. I think it's out of correction, just like you said. Now, the problem is that you said to you it seems that way. Well, suffering is subjective. When your child, like I don't know what you do for discipline, but let's say your child now starts throwing the paint all over the place and you take the paint away from the child. From your perspective, this seems just and fair, but to the child's perspective, it's one of the worst things they've ever experienced, being how over old they are, right? Maybe they're 2, but probably one of the worst things they ever experienced in their life. So suffering and pain is purely subjective. From God's perspective, him putting through this thing, right, and knowing the outcome could ultimately be exactly what you do with your child with the paint.
I am quite limited as a human being in even knowing what my children's minds, what's the internal state of their minds, and with my physical abilities is to correct them. But God, at least I believe in the Christian theology, is all powerful, all knowing, and all capable. Wait, what was the other one? No, all good. So To me, in my limited understanding of the situation, I think that there should have been easier ways to deal with the situation of these people choosing knowledge. And if it was something he did eventually want them to do to grow up, I don't know why he would then punish them for it.
So
it doesn't seem like he's taking corrective measures.
Yeah. So the problem with the all-knowing aspect is, like, I used to be a child. I know what it was like when my parents punished me, but when, God willing, one day we have children, I'll probably implement the same punishments, knowing the pain and suffering my children are going to go through with that, because I know at the end of the day they're going to be better, even though they don't understand that. So I do have a certain knowledge as as an adult that a child wouldn't have, and so to them, from their perspective, I would be all knowing in that situation. So I still see it as being analogous.
Yes, you have relatively more knowledge than them, but we are talking about a being who has all the power and all the knowledge and all the capability. I mean, now we might be getting a little bit more into the problem of evil.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. I believe I heard you saying it earlier that you think that the presence of evil or the allowance for evil is good for people's own development.
It creates meaning.
Creates meaning.
Mm-hmm. So the possibility of evil creates meaning and purpose.
Yeah. Okay. The possibility for evil. What if evil is never actually actualized?
Yeah. So simply having the possibility there allows for higher potential. So I don't have the higher potential of selflessness without the potential of sacrifice.
Sure. This goes a little bit against my model of how I think about these things, but I've tried to engage with yours. You said then when people are in heaven, how about this? I'll ask, when people are in heaven, can evil happen there? Will any evil happen there?
No. So yes and no. Can it? Yes.
Okay.
Will it? No. Well, I don't know. Maybe it will happen in some sort of distant future. There's a whole unlimited amount of possibilities, but initially, I think no. But can it? Yeah, sure.
Could God have created heaven in that future state where there is no suffering or there is no evil happening, and have skipped our current turmoil?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think he should have?
No.
So you think it was good for God to add extra evil when it was unnecessary?
Well, I wouldn't say the totality of it is unnecessary. Having it, right, allows for the possibility of choice, choosing him. So he is the good, and the absence of what is good is evil. And so we're in the state right now where we get to make the choice. Do we want the good or do we want the evil? And so he's now put us in that situation where we get to do that. And I think that's a better reality than not having that choice in the first place.
Do you think that God knows what we're going to choose before we do?
Yeah.
So you think it's better to suffer so that you can experience the choosing?
Yeah, I think experience is important.
Do you think God could give you the experience of choosing good without having you actually experience the evil?
Well, if God gave me the experience without me actually experiencing, from my perspective, what would be different?
We exist in every moment is a single frame of our existence. So right now I'm in this frame. Previously I was in a different frame. Right now I have my memories. I don't know if they've been conjured up by an evil demon or a god, or I just actually experienced them. And, but there is a different, but my current experience is something that is being expressed in some way, like whatever pains, whatever joys I feel are happening in my world. Like those are the foundations of morality, the actual experience that transpires, and trying to navigate to a state of being where the negative experiences are less frequent, for instance. But
yeah, but that doesn't really answer my question. From my perspective, what is different if I'm simply a being with those experiences or a being that endures those experiences? Either way, it's part of who I am. I'm part of the totality of my existence.
So if you were just if God snapped his fingers and you existed in heaven with the memories that you used to live on earth and used to have negative experiences and are now experiencing a positive trajectory in your experiential quality, that's different than you actually experiencing those things. Now, from your perspective in heaven, you wouldn't know the difference.
Okay.
But there's a qualitative difference to the universe as it exists, whether or not you actually experience those things.
So that now we're getting into the problem of the philosophy of mind. So I forget who it was, but there's a Kant. I think it's Kant for some reason, or Kant, makes the argument that the only thing that actually is real is our perspective and our experience. And so, and there's a lot of philosophers that do agree with that perspective. I'm not saying necessarily it's true, but that is what is real, is our perspective. Because without that, how do you even measure it? How do you look at it? How do you weigh it? You can't. So from our perspectives, it is real, just as real as me going through it now. So what really changes?
I agree that our experience is the, most primarily available thing to know is real. That's kind of like Descartes recognizing that there was one thing he could not doubt, which was his own doubting, right? So I think, therefore, I am.
Well, I think there's problems with that too. We can get into that.
Okay. Understood. But experience is the thing that we have available to us. It is what we, it's almost axiomatic. What we are experiencing is what we are experiencing. So I think it's the only thing you can't doubt is what you're experiencing. Now, you can doubt what caused that. Like, I'm looking in front of me and I'm seeing, a box on the table. Is there really a box there?
I think you maybe misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the only thing that actually is our experience. There is nothing else outside of that. And even in quantum mechanics, there is an argument to make that that's true.
Yeah, I don't know if we can know whether or not the physical world or the experiential world is the prime existence, or if they are, both derivatives of some other monism. But I don't know. I don't know if we can know. It might be one of those things where the resolution of our experience can't detect the difference. But maybe we will. I'm inclined to agree that experience is real. I do believe experience is real. I don't know if it's the only thing that's real. Maybe it is, and that physics is just the way that experience is unfolding.
So we're getting a little too Phil bro, which means we're going to lose the audience. So I just want to bring up my contention with I think, therefore I am.
Let's fight a little more.
And then I'll jump on to the next thing. I'll let you. I'll just say a piece on that. I'll let you say what I want. So my issue is with the only thing I know is I exist. Well, the problem with that is, like, if the only thing I know is I exist, then there's a logical conclusion. Well, okay, do you know truth claims? Because is it true that you exist? Okay, if I know truth claims, then can I understand concepts? Right? So then concepts are true. And so this creates this chain of things. It's the problem of the one and the many. Because if the only thing you know is one, right, I exist, that you need something that has many to explain that. So there's nothing that we've seen ever that is explained just by one, and there's not many things that are explained without being confined in the totality of one. So the best metaphor that I've ever been given is, imagine a dictionary with just words and nothing being put anywhere. It means nothing. But then you open a dictionary with just one word, also means nothing. The only way a dictionary works is if you have a word explained by other words for it to make any sense. So when we talk about the only thing I know is this, well, there's certain axiomatic things that I need to know that to be true in the first place. And I think that kind of goes on ad infinitum.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. When you said, though, that you know that you exist, and so therefore you must know that truth claims exist, I don't think you can. Oh, sorry, real quick. What's up, sweetheart? I will. In about 3 minutes, I think. Okay? Okay, 1 minute. I understand. Well, I've got a time limit as well. All right. So you said that you believe then that the truth claims exist. I don't think you can. I don't think that follows.
Let's just go through this through like the Socratic method. Do you know that you exist?
I experience that I am.
Yeah. Okay. So do you know you exist then?
We're talking about something else now. For your sake of argument, yes, I'll say I know exist.
Is that true?
I will describe that as a truth claim. Yes, I have high confidence that I know that I exist.
Okay. Well, so now you have two claims that you can say for sure are true.
No. I'm talking about levels of confidence now. So I think it's categorically different. I am not the truth claim that I exist. That is a thing that I have confidence to be true for other reasons.
Well, the whole argument is I know that I exist, right? The know part, right? I mean, it's an absolute. So it's not like I have confidence that I exist. The only thing I know is I know I exist. That's the argument. But the problem is if you say I know that I exist, then I must make an affirmative claim that that is true, because it cannot be false, because if it's false, I no longer know it.
I think you're trying to borrow from our language what I know, or what the thing to know, which I can only describe using words to be able to communicate it externally, is that I cannot doubt that I can doubt, and that I doubt, like, so I cannot doubt myself, right? That's what Rene Descartes said. And but I'm to talk about the claim itself, that's a separate thing.
In
That's
that sentence, the only thing I know is that I doubt. Well, in that sentence alone, well, right? You have a personhood, so you have something that identifies with a person. You have this concept of knowledge that's in there,
I wouldn't even.
and you have this concept of doubt.
Personhood is a concept that we use in philosophy to talk about minds, but
right.
I'm not even assuming minds exist. What I'm saying is that there is this expression of experience that is happening, and I can't doubt that it's happening, because to doubt it means that it's self-referencing, it's circular, but I'm not making a claim about. Sorry. My experience is not affirming of the words. I'm describing the experience.
Right, but the experience is you doubt. So you can confirm that there is doubt, which also confirms that there's truth, because that it's true that you doubt something. And you also have to confirm that there is you. There's a person. So now you have three things that have all been confirmed.
No. There's no person is a. Yeah, it's like what is a wave? It's a bunch of molecules, right? A person is just a label. It's a concept we put on things for the world, minds and stuff like that. But what I'm talking about,
well, however you're labeling a person, there's a reverent that's receiving the information.
No. Consider it like a single atom that is just existing there, or this link between states of existence, the expression of the experience and its own expression. By nature of existing, it cannot not exist. It's the same reason why, like, there can't be nothing, because we experience that there is something, so there can't be nothing.
Okay, but even in that sentence, there can't be nothing. Okay, so you're confirming, for one, that there is something. That's a confirmation. But then you're also confirming that there is no nothing, right? Which is another confirmation. And then you're also affirming a law of non-contradiction, right? So now you have a confirmation of abstracts. So this is the problem with the one of many.
Like with the very highly derived method of communicating, which is language. I'm trying to describe something more primal, which is like that there is this flame of existence that just does exist.
But that's the problem, is you can't explain it.
Well, maybe hopefully somebody is understanding what I'm trying to say.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying there's problems with it, because the biggest problem is you can't explain it. That's the biggest issue.
You're referring to the words that I am using, the sound waves, which have the context and the content to describe a logical idea. And when describing the logical ideas, yes, I can assume the axioms of logic to express the idea. But what the idea is pointing to is this indivisible concept of experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm just saying that experience entails things. If something's experiencing it, right, then that's a confirmation of that thing. That's however you want to define personhood. I'm just using personhood as the placeholder, but that thing exists that's experiencing it. Then it's also truth that there's experience, right? And then it's also true that there is truths. And if it's also true that there are truths, then there are abstracts.
Do you mean like in a way that they exist outside of themselves? Like that there is something like the number 3 in the world and we're all referring to it?
Well, I'm just talking about, like, even in this concept of I exist is an abstract kind of like idea. If we're talking about that's the only thing that's true, because if you're going to confirm that it's some sort of materialistic thing, then you're also confirming materialism.
I do believe that these things do physically exist, as far as like the truth claim itself does exist as a shape in the expression of the cosmos, right? There's the experience being expressed, and part of that expression is the shape, which
But
is
then,
the truth claim.
But then you have a problem that now you have to confirm
Uh-huh.
form and matter.
Sorry, that's a little bit of a it seems like a different topic we shouldn't get into.
Right, anyways, I'll let you go because your child told you 1 minute, so you're over. Your
I
time.
know.
But
thank you for the conversation. Hopefully we can have another one again.
Absolutely, man. God bless.
I appreciate your cordiality.
Oh, before I go, let you quick. Are you an atheist?
Tell me what that means real quick.
You do not believe God exists?
I currently am not convinced God exists.
Okay, can you just sum up in like really quick why you don't believe in God?
Why I don't? I have not been presented sufficient evidence to believe he exists. If God is a personal character, he has not seemingly not tried to engage a relationship with me.
Okay, awesome, bro. All right, God bless. Have yourself a great day.
All right. Thank you, dude. All right, bye-bye.
Nice guy. Once
Super
again,
nice.
I have to use the washroom.
Look at us being hydrated and stuff.
Too hydrated.
We remembered one time to ask. But we're almost at 4 o'clock. I feel like. Oh, we're not going to get another one. Daniel, I can't do that one. That one's too mean. That'd be horrible.
When I was in the bathroom, I checked Facebook real quick.
Yeah.
And I thought this was hilarious.
That's funny.
This will be the next debate topic that we do. I'll show you guys in 2 seconds. How do you spell Q wrong? By using the wrong letters.
I mean, Q is... No, it said, how do you spell Q?
Okay.
OMG. Q is a weird word.
Hold on.
Q-U-E-U-E.
You guys see that? Dinosaurs with hair. So just get the picture. If you can see it, great. Now it says, since hair cannot be preserved in fossils, we can't rule out the possibility that dinosaurs looked like this. I mean...
They look pretty fabulous.
Like... I am a smartass. All right, let's get some super chats and then we'll do another guest. We lost a lot of people when we did the Phil Bro stuff. Robin Hood came in with $1.99, says, Abby sings well. Nice voice, John. Let Abby lead. Spell my name right.
No,
What?
It wasn't nice voice, John. It's nice voice, period. John, let Abby lead.
Oh. Paju came in with $5, says, God answers. Here's $5, Goku the GOAT. Santos came in with $1.99. The limit is 6 socks. Aiden came in with $1.99. Jiu-Jitsu is the best martial art. Maybe.
Correct.
I would argue that boxing and wrestling are going to go a lot further in self-defense than jiu-jitsu. Most jiu-jitsu's gym don't wrestler. Okay, if you're going to pick one, then I'd have to say maybe
they
wrestling.
said the best.
If you're picking only one, if you only have to pick one martial art, yeah, it's probably jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu or wrestling. But the thing is, if in wrestling, are you going to punch? If you take him down? Little Ant came in $5, says, if you like a flawed and vulnerable Superman, watch the new movie. I might have to do that. I heard it wasn't too bad. Gabriel came in with $5, says, in court, you're called to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Anything less than that is lied. The Superman lied. Wapachop came in $5, says, on the topic of evil, why were the Canaanites genocided for their sins, but the Israelites were granted the 10 Commandments? It's probably because they were black.
He said that was relevant to the conversation and seems out of context. I only think it seems out of context. But
I'll say this because I don't want to get into like a long explanation of the war texts. Go read Matthew Lynch's Flood and Fury if you want an answer to that question. Because if not, it's a long explanation and we'll have to go into the war text and it'll take me 15-20 minutes. So go read Flood and Fury by Matthew Lynch. That's probably going to be the most comprehensive thing on that. All right, guys, let's bring in a new guest. See that, Abby?
yes, I did. I said that's why I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Your pronunciations. I died.
Everybody gets mad at me for elbow.
When you were like, Filippi. Filippi. Come on up.
Felipe.
No,
Felipe's a real name.
You didn't say Felipe. You said Filippi. And it's Philippe. That one was good.
Kieran, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, bro, let me just bring you in. All right, Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Go ahead.
Okay, so just to start off with, if you say Jesus is a person, is that correct? I'll start this by saying I'm an atheist, so I'm not very up on the texts, and I've not really read the Bible.
Yeah, so how are you defining
studied
person?
anything
Are you doing like the philosophical idea, or are you just talking about someone as a human?
Just a person, just a guy, like me or you. So was he a guy like me or you, or was he someone more?
He was God incarnate.
He was God incarnate.
Yeah.
Okay, can you define that?
So yeah,
Just so I'm on the same pitch.
The hypostatic union, the person of Jesus who exists in the triune nature of God, took on flesh and existed fully as a human. You're not taking out parts of the human and putting in parts of God. There is this aspect where he is fully God and also fully human, subsisting in both natures.
Okay, so if he's a god and he came back to life as a god, is what the texts basically say then?
No.
So
the flesh is human. The flesh is human, right? The flesh died and the flesh rose again.
Okay, so is Jesus? So what I'm trying to grasp here is if Jesus was a human and he died, we both know that people dying happens day to day. So it would be a physical improbability for somebody like Jesus to rise again. And if that's the case, then how could you say that Jesus was a person and his flesh was a person, if that makes sense? If we are
No, I wouldn't say his flesh isn't a person. His flesh is flesh. Personhood by definition is just being a member of a rational kind. So we're talking about his identity, his concept of self, his personhood. That concept of self subsists in two natures, the God nature and the human nature.
Okay, so you're saying like the body and the soul is different is essentially what that means, yeah?
Nope. That again is removing parts and adding parts, right? The soul isn't what you are. Soul is a part of who you are. So his concept of self, right, subsists in two natures, in a divine nature and in a human nature. He's operating.
Okay, so if he, regardless of what his nature was or what he believed or however the hell he lived, if he died and he came back to life, I'm not entirely sure how that would be possible, just given what I witness day to day and what I see and what I believe and what I know to be true. So I find it quite hard to reason that somebody would come back to life, specifically because he was said to have died and came back to life after 3 days. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And the reason for that is because according to Jewish law, you needed to be unalive for 3 days to be considered unalived. So he's making a declaration here that he has authority over life.
Okay, so he died for 3 days because of the legality, or he died for 3 days because that was what was observed of him dying?
Both.
Okay. That's interesting. So why was it that the Jews denied that he came back to life then? Why was it that they didn't believe that he resurrected?
They didn't. There's nothing in history that denied his resurrection. As a matter of fact, there's only one testimony that says it, and it comes from the apostles, where they say, hey, they're saying we stole his body. right? And which was a confession that even the early culture believed that his body was missing and didn't know what happened to it. But when we're looking at early testimony, according to Craig Keener, in history, most people attributed Jesus to being some sort of form of miracle worker or some sort of sorcerer. So it's not a denial of his resurrection.
Okay. I mean, I've just read in my brief readings before I came on this call that the Jews didn't believe in this. But again, I'm not religious in any way, shape, or form. So this might me just be
and
talking out of my mouth.
that's where I gave you where I said they say that we stole his body. So there are definitely people who didn't think that he resurrected. For sure, that happened.
Okay.
But I'm saying most of history, like, it's not in contention with the miracle claims.
So you would say that it was a miracle that he came back to life then?
Well, it depends on how you're defining. It depends on how you're defining miracle.
Well, something that doesn't happen, to be honest with you.
Well, then no, it's not miracles because I think it happened.
Okay. I mean, so
that's the problem with miracles is most people just define it as things that don't happen. So, like, of course, no miracles can be proven.
Things are incredibly improbable to happen, aren't they? I mean, I don't know. This is an example that I thought of in recent history where some lady fell out of a plane and she landed on some scorpions and they restarted her heart and she lived again.
That's a miracle.
That kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's something that's incredibly improbable. Like,
But is it a miracle?
That could be a miracle. Yeah, I would consider that.
Is it a miracle?
I mean, I don't want to say yes because it's just probabilities. So it's not.
Well, so if it's just things that are incredibly improbable, then there's so many things out there that are miracles.
Yeah, precisely. So this is why I'm saying I don't really know. I wouldn't know how to define a miracle if it was just probabilities. It would have to be something a little bit more spiritual, I would say, and something that's not really grounded in math or science, which to me is not something that I'm very familiar with. So, I mean, it's probably best asking you, what would you think a miracle is? Because as a man of religion, you would probably have a better opinion of that.
Yeah, I just say a miracle is something where God intervenes.
Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. So that's as spiritual as you can get, I would say. But, I mean, if we're saying that miracles are where God intervened, then we're saying that God basically brought him back to life. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Jesus is God. He says, I lay down my life and I will bring it up again. Okay,
so God intervened with his own death to bring himself back to life from the flesh that he used. Is that what you're basically saying?
Yep.
Do you not find that to be a little bit ridiculous?
Why?
Well, has God intervened to bring somebody else back to life?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, name them.
So Elijah with the young boy, God brought him back to life. And then Jesus's best friend, what's his name, Abby? Lazarus. He was brought back to life. Craig Keener notes about 80 resurrections throughout history. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, so this is something that's...
There's the young girl, the young Jewish girl as well. She was brought back to life.
Okay. So this is something that's been read then? And it's just in the Bible, or how has this been like spread throughout history?
A lot of it comes from the Bible, yeah.
Okay, so your single source of truth is essentially the Bible for your
That's
beliefs.
not a single source. The Bible isn't a single source.
I mean, by the fact that it's a single book, it's a single source.
It's not a single book.
Okay, so it's 2 books.
It's not 2 books, no.
How many books is it then? Go on.
It's 66 to 73, depending on what you consider canon.
Jesus.
Okay. Yep, that's what it was about too, yeah.
Was it about, yeah. Jesus, yeah. No, I mean, so you have 66 to 67 books.
66 to 73.
66 to 73 books. Do they all agree with each other? Would you say they all kind of like point towards the same answers constantly?
They all point to Christ? I would say that, yeah.
Okay, I mean, what I'm more talking about is the question you're asking: if he's rose from the dead. Do all of these books agree with each other that Jesus rose from the dead?
A lot of them don't talk about his resurrection. So the ones that talk about his resurrection would be the Gospels, Acts, and the Epistles. So this would be mostly the New Testament, which I don't remember exactly how many books are in the New Testament.
Okay, so if I spoke to somebody who followed just the Old Testament, would they tell me that Jesus didn't?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
So
if they're denying the historical record that talks about his resurrection, they're probably not going to believe in his resurrection. Sure, yeah.
Okay.
If I deny the video evidence of people landing on the moon, I'm probably not going to believe people landed on the moon.
That's fair. So I came here to win a taco. I'm not going to lie to you, mate. So how exactly do I win a taco? How do I prove?
You got to disprove an entire religion. If you need a taco that bad, I'll just buy you a taco.
No, I don't need to attack it that bad, but it's just a principle, isn't it? So I to be honest with you, I started watching this about an hour ago when you were talking about evolution and you were having a chat with somebody about who I think he went to work or something like that. And you're having a chat about that stuff. So that was quite interesting. The way you spoke about evolution, but the last guy had a lot to say about that, so I'll not yap about that even more. But I'm honestly not sure how you could believe that somebody raised from the dead.
Yeah, it's easy. It's got the most explanatory power considering all the data. It's a simple scientific method, right? If you take a whole bunch of data and then you have hypotheses, the hypothesis that has the best explanatory data and accounts for all the data is more likely to be true than the hypotheses that don't.
That makes sense. So if you said your data is the 88 deaths or these 88 resurrections where this has happened, and
that's not part of my data. Just people say it only ever happened once. I'm like, well, we have a record of 80.
So 80 is your data then. If you said that it's happened 80 times, or this book that you
well,
mentioned,
I'm saying 80 is completely irrelevant. Even if it happened once, I think the evidence is still good enough. I just throw that out there because I like to be right.
So, no, I think there's like a fundamental difference between something happening once and it being a miracle and an anomaly, because that is not possible to be disproven by the scientific method. Whereas if you have something
most things can't be disproven through the scientific method. Can you disprove what you had for breakfast 2 weeks ago using the scientific method?
You can't disprove anything through the scientific method, which is why the question that you've asked.
Well, that's what you just said, though. You said it cannot be disproven with the scientific method, so there's a problem. I'm saying you can't. Most things can't be disproven with the scientific method.
Okay, well, you can't. Okay, I'll flip it on its head then, since you have a problem with double negatives. But you can't prove that he's died if there's only been one event where he's been resurrected. You can't prove that that's happened.
Why can't I?
Because you can't. Because you
Why?
haven't. So
just saying I can't and I haven't isn't an explanation. Why can't I?
See, this is I can't speak to your abilities, so you could prove to me that you could prove this, or
but you're saying I can't, like it's a physical impossibility. So then you have to say like, yeah.
I revealed what I've said then. So far, for the 2 hours I've been watching you speaking to people you've spoken to so far, you haven't proven what you've said to be true. You've just asked for people to disprove, which is not possible.
No, that's completely incorrect, right? What I've done is I've challenged people's epistemology. Right? I'm not saying, oh, just disprove it. You're doing a complete straw man and a bit of a poisoning of the well. What I'm doing is I'm challenging people's epistemology to see what they'd actually consider evidence and what is convincing. And often people say something along the lines of things I see on a day-to-day basis. And then I bring up things they don't see on a day-to-day basis, yet they hold to be true, showing that they're inconsistent. And I want to get them to a point where they're consistent in their epistemology. Once they get to the point where they're consistent in their epistemology, then we could start looking at the evidence and see if it's enough to be convincing. So basically what I'm doing is I'm focusing on your priors. That's the argument that I'm doing.
So my prior beliefs.
No, your prior dispositions are not dispositions. The prior odds that you're going to believe something. Basically, what are the chances you're going to believe something just based off how you've existed on your day-to-day life?
Well, if I saw somebody die in front of me and I saw them be resurrected in front of me, I would believe that resurrection was possible.
So it's just things that so then what you're saying is you only believe things that you see firsthand.
No, I wouldn't say if there was. I mean, yes. To be honest with you, if there was a video of it, I would believe it.
Okay, I saw a video of Optimus Prime. Do you believe Optimus Prime came to Earth?
I mean, this is a little bit of a different situation.
It's not a different situation. You don't just get to say, well, that's different. You got to give me a symmetry breaker.
It's a movie. It's obviously not real.
How's it obviously not real? What's the criterion to determining whether something is real in video or unreal?
The same way the Bible's been written by someone, it's been interpreted by somebody. And it's
right, you're not giving me a methodology. You're giving me an example. What's the methodology in which I would watch a video to determine whether it's real or not real?
You watch it, and you see if it's real.
Okay, so Optimus Prime. I watched it. I think Optimus Prime is real. Why am I wrong?
You could be correct if you really want to believe that Optimus Prime is real. Then
great. So then every movie I ever watch, Optimus Prime is real. John Wick is real. Harry Potter's real. Spider-Man's real. Avengers are real. All these guys are real because I saw video footage of it.
Okay.
Cool. So I mean, also Jesus is also real and resurrected because I also saw video footage of that. I saw it on The Chosen. Great show. Yes, I did. The Chosen.
Okay.
Also in the movie Passion of the Christ.
I mean, arguably, this is the Christian mindset, don't you think? Where they basically
No, this is the
believe something
atheist
and they can't
mindset. This is
deny
the
it.
atheist mindset where they don't actually have a standard and they just kind of scoff at people who have standards and say, well, I'm unconvinced though. I
No,
haven't
no,
been
I'm saying-
convinced by what you've been convinced of. Ho ho, I am so much more smarter than the Christian.
So it's more that you believing something firsthand, or do you not believe something? This is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm trying to understand. Is
So
that if you-
let's go through this hypothetical. You personally witnessed that somebody resurrected from the dead. Why would you conclude that Jesus is God and that people resurrect from the dead rather than some unknown natural event or some sort of illusion or psychotic episode?
I don't see what that's got to do with movies and books, to be honest with you.
Because you just made the statement just 2 seconds ago about witnessing it firsthand as a reason to believe something.
Yes, because you've witnessed it firsthand.
Okay, so if you witnessed it, why would you not conclude that you just had some sort of psychotic episode, or that maybe you're schizophrenic, or maybe you had some drug substance use?
Based
Or...
on your prior experiences of life. If you go through life seeing things, like, I mean, how do you diagnose a schizophrenic? Like, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how you would determine whether you're schizophrenic. If you went to the doctor and they basically asked.
So you don't have a methodology?
Well, I know that I'm not schizophrenic, if that's what you're asking.
How do you know?
Because I haven't been diagnosed with that. Because I don't.
Okay, so no one's a schizophrenic until they actually get diagnosed with schizophrenia?
I mean, this is just an incredibly stupid line of questioning. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, no, it's not. It's actually a very basic line of questioning. You said you knew you're not a schizophrenic because you have not been diagnosed. So if that's the logical conclusion, everybody who has not been diagnosed with schizophrenia but has schizophrenia is not a schizophrenic.
Okay, that's not really a logical conclusion. No, that's
yes, it is. That's the logical conclusion that you came to, right? So can you give me the methodology then?
If you want to jump to that conclusion.
Well, then how do you know you're not a schizophrenic?
Oh, bro, that's like how do I know I'm not a dog? Like, how do you know you're not a dog, bro? How do you know you're not a helicopter?
How do you not? Is a schizophrenic a normal part of day-to-day life? Is it common? If you
Yes,
saw
it's
somebody
schizophrenic,
resurrect,
yes,
how would you not know that you're not a schizophrenic?
Bro, you're asking the same question over and over again.
And you're not answering the question at all. So let's try again.
So
If
you
you
want me
saw
to-
someone resurrect, how would you not know that you're just not a schizophrenic?
Because I have not seen that happen before in my life. That is the first time I have seen someone resurrect in front of me. Schizophrenia is a constant thing that would happen throughout your life. If you're schizophrenic, you would have experienced.
It doesn't. It doesn't
multiple
happen
times.
until your adulthood.
Okay, well, you're just nitpicking it entirely.
I'm not nitpicking. That's what the data says.
That's not what the data says. That's just what you're saying.
That is what the
You're
data
just
says.
running next
Schizophrenia
now.
doesn't usually emerge into people until their adulthood. So they have the first time experience. How do you know if you witness resurrection, it's not a schizophrenic episode? There are also episodes where people have singular hallucination events. This
To be
happens.
honest with you, if I saw someone resurrect in front of me, I might actually think I was schizophrenic because it is so goddamn improbable that just doesn't make any sense. And I would probably go to the doctors just to make sure that is the case.
Okay, so you go to the doctors, they examine you, and they say, okay, you're not schizophrenic. Do you now believe that people rise from the dead?
I go, well, I just saw a guy rise from the dead down the street there.
Uh-huh.
So can you go and give them an examination as well, please, Mr. Doctor?
The guy rises from the dead. You see it. He raises from the dead, says, hey, shakes your hand, gives you a hug, floats off into the sky, disappears.
Okay.
Do you believe it actually happens?
I would probably get down on my knees and start praying to God right then and there.
So you would at that point become a full-on Christian.
Probably not a Christian, but I would believe that someone who's resurrected.
The guy comes up, says, I am Jesus Christ. I just resurrected from the dead. Christianity is true. Flow up in the sky, disappear. Do you become a Christian?
I wouldn't become a Christian, but I'd think
Oh my.
that was real.
So you'd start worshiping God. Okay, how do you know it wasn't an alien?
But this is the point. I don't.
Okay, so then why would you start worshiping God?
I wouldn't.
You just said you'd fall to your knees and start worshiping God. Literally 2 seconds ago.
That was a bit of sarcasm for you. You actually think I would do that?
All right, I appreciate your time. God bless. Bro's an idiot. All right, let's move on to the next one. It's always the chuckle. It's always the chuckle. It's always at the very end too. As soon as I'm like, all right, I'm moving on because you're a dumbass, you hear the little always, every time. All right, what time is it?
4.
We started late. What do you think?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
We started at 12:30.
Did we?
Yeah.
Somebody drops $100 super chat. We'll take one more caller.
You didn't ask the question.
I couldn't, man. The guy was an idiot.
You need to start asking at the beginning
Maybe.
before it gets too far.
Maybe. I just need to do a live, just a full-on live where all I do that is like, I just put up in the title, I want 100 atheists to tell me why they don't believe in God. And
Yeah.
just do that. We'll probably do that. Maybe we do it on Monday until we get 100 people. And I don't debate them. I need 100 atheists to tell me why they don't believe in God. No debate, just testimony. I just leave it at that. What do you guys think? I didn't read your $20 super chat.
I think we did, Brady. I think you weren't here.
Nate P came in with $5, says, thank you for a great Friday stream. When will I make another video chasing cows and testing Islamic miracles? I don't know. I have a meeting on Tuesday to figure out when we're going to do for the next video. I'm looking at
Brady, I think you just missed it.
Yeah, because I read them all. They're all highlighted. I could read it again if it makes you feel better. Where is it?
It's the
Garrett's.
1999 one, and he changed it so now if you said 1999,
Yes,
it will
they'll
read
come
it.
up. Yeah, so that's my bad because we missed out on you. I don't see it anywhere. Unless it's starting to disappear. No, that's the first one.
India already has a 7-Eleven on the moon.
Yeah, I read that out loud.
Yeah,
with my own voice.
He just wasn't here with my own voice.
What are you talking about? With my own vocal cords, I read that out loud.
He wanted the robot voice.
Oh, you wanted the robot voice? Abby, can you copy and paste it and send it to me on Facebook? I'll give them the robot voice. I'll do it just for him because he's the goat. I will give you the robot voice.
1 second.
I will give it to you. So you can have it. So you don't feel like you got gypped. What type of Christianity is this? The best kind. The best kind. Hurry up, Abby.
There.
Okay. All right. Copy that. Go into here. And then emulate custom.
India already has a 7-Eleven on the moon.
There you go. And it's double voice because I had to test it.
I was gonna say that one, and that one had an echo.
Yeah. You don't normally get an echo.
Nate said he just wants extra praising for you to tell him you love him.
What does he want?
For you to tell him you love him.
Nate. Is it Nate?
No, I think he's talking about Brady.
Brady. Wait, okay. Brady wants me to tell him I love him? Brady. Buddy guy. My friend. Look. Hey. It's just me and you right now. It's me and you, guy. I just want to let you know, man. I love you. I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. And you should be very proud of the man you become. I love you so much, man. Love you so much. Good job.
That was beautiful.
Got you, man. I got you. I am the king of gaslighting.
What?
Because next I'm going to tell him how awful he is. All right, guys, we'll call it. We'll call it now. I apologize for the guests that are waiting. Apologize for the guests that are waiting.
I gotta get groceries.
Abby's got to get groceries, and I got work to do. I gotta do our daily Devo. I forgot to make one today, so I gotta make one and put one out for you guys. Just so anybody, I'm not calling it daily Devo anymore. I'm calling it a Bible study. Devotional is not what I'm doing. I'm not doing, oh, God loves you so much and you're so great. I'm not doing that. What I'm doing is I'm doing a study, and I'm giving you context and history and apologetics as we go throughout the Bible of John. And we're doing that on the Bible of John, the Gospel of John. And we're doing that on our Patreon if you guys want access to that. So you have two options if you want to join the Patreon. You got the Squires, which is $4.99 a month, which gets you access to the hangout sessions that we do Tuesday and Thursday, where I react to things and talk about things and study things and just hang out with you guys. So you guys get some content to watch. I know you guys like to listen at work and doing whatever. So that's some good background noise for you. And it's also the same price as if you were to get a membership on YouTube, where you also get access for that. Also, in the Knights Templar package, you get the Hangout replays. You also get daily Bible studies Monday through Friday, a steady stream of thoughtful content to keep you grounded, inspired, or challenged. So that comes out Monday through Friday. You also get one exclusive video, bare minimum month, with the goal of 2, right? Just for you guys. One exclusive a month with the goal of 2. And I'm actually going to be putting that out today. So you guys who are a part of the Knights Templar package are going to get an exclusive video today that no one else is going to get. It's going to be just for you. Knights Templar is crazy work knowing that they did. And you know what the best part about it is? I made them all cute. Look at it. Knight Templar just made them all cute and like all cartoony, even though they just unalived so many people. That's what I did. I'm that kind of guy. So yeah, if you want access to those, it's straight down. People don't get it. Straight down in the BIOS, right there. Right there. You can find it. You can click it, and you can join that. Let's do a prayer, and then we'll hang out on YouTube for another 5-10 more minutes. We'll ask questions, and then we'll take off. Our Father who is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for this day and all the blessings that you've given. Thank you for who you are. I ask that you bless everybody that's come into this chat and ultimately bring them into your kingdom, especially Wapachop. He's looking for you, Lord. And also Modern Atheism. Walk with him too as they're on this journey. They are genuine people with genuine contentions, Lord, and they seem to be non-resistant non-believers. So at this point, it seems like your work needs to be done, and we need your hand in this situation. I also ask that you do that for everybody in the chat. And for those that will not come to you, Lord, I ask that you give them all the blessings that they desire in this world. Everything that they could have, happiness, health, all the things. Lord, just be kind and good to them and give them grace and forgive them, for they do not know what they do. Also give us grace, Lord. Forgive us of our sins, the sins that we always do, no matter what, and we always fall into. But let us know that that is our flesh and not our spirit. You are king amongst kings. You are the king of the universe. You are amazing. I say all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Is that my wife? Yes. I married that. That is my property. I branded it. I own it. Belongs to me. Property of John Steele. Right back there. Right back there. All right, guys, if you're watching on TikTok, come over to YouTube. Link is also in my chat, pinned there, or just at Big John Steele. If you have any more questions, we're going to hang out there for another 5-10 more minutes, and then we're calling it a day. Then we're out. Then I don't see you guys until Monday. I'm sick of your little faces. All right, God bless. God bless. Does closing my eyes help activate the superpowers? Yes. Why did I brand her? Because people need to know. People need to know who she belongs to. This guy. This guy. Much love to you and Abby. Amen. Well done on snagging such a lovely wife. Thank you guys so much. God bless the what? Poo full circle? Brandon, ouch, Abby. Blink twice if you need help. You can't see her eyes. There's a reason she's over there off camera.
I'm arguing with somebody.
Who are you arguing with?
The freaking... It was just get butthurt.
You can argue with them on the mic.
Don't even listen. Well, you were talking.
You do it right now.
Well, he left.
Oh. Bye, bigots. What's wrong with being a bigot? They just kind of say bigotry is bad. Can you give me a comprehensive argument on why bigotry is bad without just giving me the definition of bigotry? Just curious. Just curious if you can do that. I need a comprehensive argument on why bigotry is bad without just using the definition of bigotry. Was the Bible read in moon orbit? I don't know. I don't know. Was it? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not.
Look, it's great.
What is the definition of bigotry? Great question, because it seems to change apparently now, being a model for a gene company is bigotry. Argument, bigotry is bad. Okay. Blink twice if you need help. Funny Daniel. Me? It is Bird. Closing your eyes is removing distractions to help you focus. It just feels natural to do. Like you don't need to close your eyes. Just do it. You've lost over 200 plus to 50 viewers. You don't see the problem yet. We're shutting down the live.
That tends to happen when you're, dialing it down for the day.
And that's generally how most lives go. You have spikes and then you have drops. You have spikes and you have drops. It's just part of the job, man. That's like running a restaurant and then you have like a lull between customers and you're like, your restaurant's failing. Like, okay. All right. Well, all right. My restaurant's failing. I'm okay with this failure. The moon is Catholic. What? Bishop John Noonan is the bishop responsible for the moon. What? John likes Sydney a little too much. I just noticing a trend. Now all of a sudden I like Sydney a little too much. I think that's the first time I've ever brought her up. Jesus himself didn't consider equality with God something to be grasped. You're missing the very first half. The cherry pick 101. Jesus, who existed in the form of God, morphe, which means essence, did not consider it equal to be grasped. These people, man. These people. God is why we kill each other and do not realize it, though. The moon has a bishop? What? What is going on with the moon? How's the moon Catholic? That's crazy work, bro. That's crazy work. That's almost as bad as putting out a whole AI system for your apologetics. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see the Catholic Church put out an AI apologetic thing?
So bad.
It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, hey, my thing finished. Finally. It only took hours. Upon hours. Watchy goes to post this video and it's going to get thousands of views. Would you kill a demon, but who's your actually... What? Can I explain the religion of Zoroastrianism? No. Well, will you be doing the if everyone followed Christian values, the world would be better on Wednesday? Maybe. Maybe. I think it's a good topic and people get really mad at it for some reason. I don't know why they get so mad about that, because it's true and they don't have an argument. Or I want to say you're wrong, but I can't. So I'm going to come up with a straw man argument. Did I watch the... No, I didn't watch the Connor video yet, but I do know about that thing. Mm-hmm. John, your live viewership plummets every time you end the stream. Why is there a broken chain on the feet of the Statue of Liberty? I have no clue. I'm not a Statue of Liberty expert. John, is God immortal or mortal? Yes. Another horrible debate where Christians loses again. I don't see one good point for the side of Jesus resurrecting. Okay. It's not my fault you're stupid. Listen, that's not on me. That's not on me. If you're not smart enough to figure it out and put two and two together, I've done what I can. You're in God's hands. Clipping John not knowing we landed on the moon more than once. Is that not... Abby, how many times did you think we landed on the moon?
At least twice, because I knew the Russians. Did not the Russians go up?
Why are you asking me? I thought it was only one time.
Major John says, I can only pedal this bike so fast so you can download and upload things, John.
Hurry up.
Well, my favorite joke.
That Major John's in the basement.
Him under our house.
Just keeping everything running. If I'm evil, would you kill me? No. God told me to, I would, though. Even if you were good. If you were a great guy and a saint, God said do it, I would do it. You better hope. The only thing that stops me from being a terrible person is God. The only thing is people are always like, Christians need the Bible to be good people. I'm one of those Christians. I need a Bible. I need a Bible here to be a good person. So you better thank God that the Bible is here. You better, because if it wasn't, y'all be done. I'd be coming for all y'all.
I guess the Russians didn't. Here's the thing about the moon. It was mostly when I was not born.
The moon didn't exist.
No, like the landings, because it's not really taught about a lot. To be honest, like even I work in schools, they don't really learn about the moon landing.
No, I was so like most people don't even know about like the Holocaust showers.
Nope.
Like that shocked me.
Kids also do not really learn about that.
Most people, yeah, that's part of life, right? As things get further and further in history, we learn less and less about it. We took the go-kart to the moon and golf clubs. Now I got to believe everybody. Moon is made of cheese. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Why do I make fun of people if you believe in Jesus? Because it's fun to do. It's fun. That's why. And they make fun of me. And just toughen up. Like, bro, that's part of life. People make fun of you. Get some thicker skin. What's the Holocaust showers? Exactly. Part of the process of like a lot of the Jewish people being unalive during the Holocaust is where they put them into showers and say, we're going to clean you. But instead of pumping it full of water, they pumped it full of gas. Jesus called people, let me join. We're done taking guests. People don't know we landed on the moon multiple times. It really shocked me. I didn't know. I really didn't know. I thought it was only one time we did it. Like, this is am I ever going to use tag? I think it's a non sequitur. Doesn't get anywhere. I think the tag argument just makes Christians go, yeah, but atheists go, ah. Like, that's what the argument does. No, we're done. Waiting for goipers to out themselves. Do I believe that God is immortal or mortal? Please answer the question. I did. Yes. No, not in the context of moon landing. Lance Armstrong and Buzz Lightyear landed. Who were the others that landed? Who knows? Who cares? It only matters if you're first, right? Doesn't matter if you do something amazing. It only matters if you're the first one to do it. It's because atheists love their classical foundationalism. How can you conceive to become how can you convince to become Christian? Everybody's going to have different standards of what they're convinced by. That's the problem. People they want one argument that works for everybody. It's not the case. That's legal management. People are convinced of things for different reasons. Some people require more evidence and less evidence. Most people do not need to be convinced of who their parents are. Like, let me ask you this question. How do you know your parents are your parents? Seriously, how do you know your parents are your parents? How do you know you weren't mixed up? I mean, statistically, the odds of them having you are really low. So statistically, there is a better chance that your parents are not your parents. So how do you know your parents are your parents? But people just take that. They just take that on testimony. You can do a DNA test. Yes, that is one option, right? But not most people haven't done that. I know my parents are my parents because I look exactly like my dad.
Exact.
Like, it's creepy. It's creepy how much me and my dad look alike. So like, there's no doubt that, my dad is my dad, and he says who my mom is. So I doubt that he would have had a child with somebody else, and then my mom would erase me pretending that, I was her child the whole time. That seems less likely than they are my parents. But Take the transcendental argument for God basically says that we have concepts. Concepts exist. Concepts are universal. These universal concepts require a mind. A mind for it to be a universal concept that exists, you need a universal mind. That's how it works, or something like that. John's both my parents look exactly like me.
John's
beard
real
and everything.
mom looks like John also.
Is it really 2025? I don't know. All right, y'all. I love you. Stay sexy. Stay handsome. Keep doing what you're doing. If you see an atheist, smack him in the back of the head for me and say, smarten up. Outside of that, guys, God bless. And we will see you on Monday for what might be, no promises, what might be a bigger stream. We'll wait and see. But if we do a 10-hour stream, I expect to make $10,000. It's just how it goes. God bless.